Hello, everybody, and welcome back to my channel. My name is Rux. I'm Western Tropical Astrologer, and today we're going to be talking about the astrology of March, your March horoscopes. And what a month! What a month we have ahead of us, folks. Eclipse season is back in March. Mercury is going to be retrograde. Venus is going to be retrograde. It's a month of contrasts because, on the one hand, we're probably going to experience some significant new beginnings. But at the same time, with the retrogrades, so kind of front and center of everything, it feels like these are somehow new beginnings or kind of shifts that were supposed to happen a while ago, and now they're finally happening. It also feels like we're probably going to have to deal with the past in order to clear out the path for the future to unfold. There is a chance maybe that we have to kind of like tie up loose ends, essentially. There's a very strong fated quality to March. So it may feel like things are happening that are, to an extent, maybe outside of our immediate control. Maybe things are happening at a collective level, at a societal level, but they are definitely impacting us. I can tell you this. So we're going to go obviously through the most important dates of March, and also into the update for each of the 12 zodiac signs. Before we go into the updates for each of the 12 zodiac signs, I do want to mention this at the very, very, very beginning. Please listen to the update for your rising sign, for your ascendant, if you know your ascendant. If you don't, you can listen to the update for your sun sign. But I recommend listening to the update for your ascendant, because these general horoscopes are built with the ascendant in mind, with the rising sign in mind. And of course, obviously, these are general horoscopes. They are general forecasts. You're not going to resonate with everything. I mean, it would be very curious if you actually did. If you are interested in getting a personal astrological reading, a personal consultation, we can also do that together. I'm a full-time consulting astrologer. I work with clients on a day-to-day basis, one-to-one. It is my passion to help people reconnect with their soul's intentions, to help people find a sense of purpose and meaning with the use of astrology, and to help them better understand the timeline of their life, the cosmic cycles and chapters that they can use to their advantage. So if you're interested in working with me, you can find me on my website, which is writteninthestars-astrology.com. That is writteninthestars-astrology.com. It is also in the pinned comment and in the description box. Just keep in mind, I am looking at the time when I'm filming this, that from the moment when you book a first-time reading with me, or first-time consultation with me, especially if you're a new client, obviously, from the moment when you book until the moment when we actually connect online via video call, the waiting time is around a month to a month and a half. I always update things on my website. So if you go to my website, if you click the link in the pinned comment, for instance, you're going to see it says there that there's availability for consultations to happen at a certain, like from a certain time onwards. So when I'm filming this in February, mid-February, by the time I release it, I will probably be taking consultations. I will be taking clients for most likely end of March, but very likely April. There's also an emergency reading option on my website. From the moment that you book that until the moment when we actually meet, I do my best to get that scheduled within 3 days' time, so 72 hours after you've booked. So that is the emergency reading option. It is an option in which I use both astrology and tarot. I am also a tarot card reader. So just so you know, if you cannot wait for like a month and a half or more than a month to get into my calendar, there is also the emergency reading option. So once again, writteninthestars-astrology.com. What's going on in March? So Venus retrograde, beginning of March, 1st of March until the 13th of April, actually. The retrograde is happening between 10 degrees of Aries until, it's obviously going backwards because it's a retrograde, to 24 degrees of Pisces. So you're going to feel the retrograde the most if you have planets or angles between, I'm going to say, 0 to 10 degrees of cardinal signs. So Aries, Libra, Cancer, Capricorn, but also from 29 to 24 degrees of mutable signs: Pisces, Virgo, Sagittarius, Gemini. The Venus retrograde is probably going to feel a little bit more difficult from the 1st until the 27th of March, because Venus is going to be retrograde in Aries, in a sign that it doesn't really like to be in general. So there can be maybe kind of like old conflicts coming back to our attention within relationships. Relationships might go a little bit south, or might experience bumps or issues, maybe because someone is being overly kind of like autonomous or independent, or not caring too much about the other people involved. Venus in Aries is very appreciative of competition, of risk-taking, of initiative. When Venus is retrograde, obviously things don't go as expected, or maybe there's a reevaluation of sorts, or maybe there is kind of like frustrations or delays, or negotiations don't go as expected, essentially. Venus is going to go retrograde back into Pisces 27th of March until the 13th of April. I see this as the softer side of the Venus retrograde. So we might find it a lot easier to actually be a lot more accepting and tolerant, accommodating, when we were quite kind of like feisty and warrior-like in certain relationships, beginning of, pretty much from the 1st until the 27th of March. I would be aware of the fact that obviously past flames, past lovers, exes can come back into our lives during the Venus retrograde in general. And I'm not going to say don't give them a chance, but I will put it out there: once the retrograde is over, you might have a different stance or a different opinion. It is a good time, however, to bring back to someone else's attention within a relationship whatever it is that you feel matters to you, whatever is important, whatever is valuable to you, especially if you're feeling undervalued or underappreciated. Mercury retrograde, middle of March, 15th of March until the 7th of April. Initially, it's going to be retrograde in Aries, mid-March until the 30th of March, and then it's going to be retrograde in Pisces. So 15th of March until the 30th, really kind of like heated conversations, blunt conversations that can lead to arguments, disagreements. Obviously, Mercury retrograde can lead to things being a little bit, like lost in translation, messages not being sent across properly. Maybe when it comes to commerce or transportation, there can be sudden things kind of like popping up, very kind of like Aries-like, so incidents. I would be aware of maybe Mercury retrograde in Aries' tendency, or like a little bit of like proneness towards accidents possibly, so just be aware of that. Road rage, Mercury retrograde in Aries. When it goes back into Pisces, the Mercury retrograde, it may feel like there's a lot of kind of like vagueness and confusion in interactions, essentially. Of course, general Mercury retrograde advice, double check that you have your passport with you if you're traveling, double check that you haven't rushed out of the house and forgotten at home your, like laptop if you're going into work. So things of this nature. And of course, commerce, transportation can experience ups and downs. Your parcel might be misplaced, or they might deliver it to the wrong address. So, Mercury retrograde stuff. The trickster popping up once again. It is a good time during the retrograde, however, to fix things. I will put it out there. 2nd of March, Mercury conjuncts Neptune. The same aspect is going to happen when Mercury is retrograde on the 30th of March. Mercury coming together with Neptune, really kind of like vague communication, like unclear, like facts are not a thing. I would be aware of the fact that people could lie on the 2nd of March and on the 30th of March. Maybe we are the liars. Who knows? But yeah, the mercurial, very kind of like logical, analytical energy is like very strongly diffused by Neptune. That just doesn't do well with boundaries. 3rd of March, Mercury goes into Aries. 8th of March, the Sun in Pisces trines Mars in Cancer. I like this energy. It feels like we can kind of like take some action to protect someone who we are attached to or who we feel very strongly about. And it feels like the action is very successful. 11th of March, Mercury conjunct Venus retrograde. I mean, I see this as a time when we could inadvertently bump into someone from the past, or kind of like have a very much kind of like out of the blue conversation with someone who we've known for some time. 12th of March, Sun conjunct Saturn. I mean, this is a day of becoming very strongly aware of our duties, especially duties towards the collective, towards the greater good, selfless maybe duties, or kind of duties that feel somehow aligned with our spiritual beliefs. 13th, 14th of March, full moon lunar eclipse. I told you eclipse season is back. In Virgo, 23 degrees, 56 minutes of Virgo. So you're probably going to feel this the most if you have planets or angles around 23, 24 degrees of Virgo, Pisces, and Sagittarius, Gemini. Power outage, the energy exits the system at the time of a lunar eclipse. So energies exiting our life, especially energies of an analytical nature, maybe connected with service, work, maybe also connected with perfectionism. The Sun, the North Node, Saturn, and Neptune are going to be together, huddled together in Pisces. So this is not necessarily a time for analysis, perfectionism, and logic. It's a time for a greater dream, a greater vision, and it's a time to go with the flow and to accept and to tolerate and to forgive. The eclipse is going to be, however, ruled by Mercury in Aries. So we do seem to believe very strongly, to have very strong opinions about whatever it is that we commit to, and also about whatever it is that we need to let go of. Lunar eclipses are also said to bring back into our lives people from the past, especially people who we have some sort of like past life karmic ties with, if you believe in past lives. I mean, I do, because I've done quite a few past life regressions in my day, and kind of like tuned into what it was like to live other lives. So people from the past lives popping up, but also potential karmic debt popping up. 15th of March, Mercury retrogrades in Aries. 19th of March, Sun conjunct Neptune, a day of meditation, inspiration, healing, acceptance, forgiveness, and also of receiving I want to say a boost in confidence from some sort of a connection with a higher power. 20th of March, Aries season begins, and I like Aries season because the sun is exalted in Aries. So we're all kind of like getting a boost in some shape or form of energy and of confidence and of strength somewhere in our lives. 22nd, 23rd, and 24th of March, probably the best days of the month, because 22nd, 23rd, depending on where you are in the world, we have a Venus cazimi, and on the 24th, we have a Mercury cazimi. So Sun, Venus in Aries, 22nd, 23rd, very romantic day, a great day to enter a partnership, a great day to kind of like shine for your artistic or design or kind of like aesthetic inclinations or abilities. 24th of March, Sun conjunct Mercury, clarity of mind, powerful speeches can be held on this day, very impactful presentations, a great day to make purchases, sales, to sign agreements. So I know we are in like full-blown retrograde season, but these days are the exception. So if you need to go into a partnership, if you need to take some sort of a risk, maybe regarding a partnership or regarding a presentation, a sale, an important speech, an important kind of like piece of communication being sent across, I like 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. Days of great courage, when we kind of like feel inspired to tap into our resources of courage. 27th of March, Venus goes back into Pisces, retrograde, so things are softening up a little bit. 29th of March, new moon solar eclipse in Aries. So it's happening at almost 9 degrees of Aries. You're going to feel this the most if you have planets or angles around 8-9 degrees of cardinal signs: Aries, Libra, Cancer, Capricorn. Some sort of a fresh start, a new beginning at a collective level when it comes to Aries themes. Now, Aries is very strongly associated with conflict, maybe self-assertion, wars, weapons, sports, engineering actually is very, very strongly associated with Aries. The solar eclipse is ruled by Mars in Cancer. So a new beginning, maybe that involves defending our tribe, defending our country, defending our family, and potentially also a new beginning that maybe affects at a collective level housing, properties, real estate, and things like that. 30th of March, Mercury conjuncts Neptune again, so be careful of embellished tales on this day. And 30th of March, also Neptune goes into Aries until the 22nd of October. You're not going to feel this, however, unless you have planets or angles. You're not going to feel this transit unless you have planets or angles in the natal chart around 0 to 2 degrees of cardinal signs. These people are going to feel the transit of Neptune through Aries this year the most. Saying that at a collective level, Neptune in Aries brings new ideal into the collective consciousness. The ideal of the maybe spiritual warrior, or ideals of like being a hero or an athlete of some sorts. And these are the most important dates in March. Folks, now it is time to go into the updates for each of the 12 zodiac signs. My dear Aries, Aries suns and Aries risings, March of 2025, what a month you have ahead of you, Aries. To say that March is busy for you would probably be an understatement. Astrologically, there's so much going on in your sign. The spotlight is going to be placed on you. Aries season begins actually on the 20th of March when the sun goes into Aries. So let me start off from the very, very, very beginning of the month with probably one of the most significant events of March, which is Venus going retrograde. So Venus is going to go retrograde on the 1st, 2nd of March, depending on where in the world you live. For example, in the UK, it's going to go retrograde on the 2nd of March. If you're based in New York, let's say, it's going to go retrograde on the 1st of March. So you might actually feel the retrograde anyway from the 1st of March onwards. Venus is going to be retrograde in Aries until the 27th of March, when it goes back into Pisces. And the retrograde actually ends in April. So let me start off with what does the retrograde mean for you? Venus is the ruler of your house of income and the ruler of your house of relationships, Aries. There's a very high chance that you're going to reevaluate what is important to you in relationships, what is important to you in partnerships, what is important to you when it comes to working with other people one-to-one. You might also reevaluate what is worth spending your money, time, energy, and resources on, I'd say. There is a very high possibility that you could potentially think about going back to working with someone, let's say, who you've worked with in the past throughout the retrograde. So that's going to be from the very beginning of March until the 12th, 13th of April. There's also a very high chance that you might have to take a bit of a step back and really ask yourself, what are you bringing to the table in certain partnerships, in certain collaborations, in certain relationships? And I'm not just referring to personal relationships. I'm also referring to professional and business relationships. So it's a good time to sit down and think about all of these things. There's also a possibility that you may be a little bit on the fence about what you want to do when it comes to certain partnerships, certain collaborations, as I've said. There's also a possibility, like I said, that you could think about going back to certain partnerships, collaborations, and so on. My big recommendation in this situation, Aries, would be, yes, it's a good time for reevaluation. But before you commit to something long-term, before you commit to, let's say, a business partnership for the next year or so, I would not rush. I would take my time, because there is a possibility that after the retrograde is over, I apologize. There is a possibility that after the retrograde is over, you might reconsider the whole thing. And you might realize, actually, this is not what I want. Actually, this is not the direction in which I want this commitment to be headed. One thing about Venus retrograde in Aries, because it's going to be happening in your first house of the physical body until the 27th of March, I would tread carefully especially Aries risings. I would tread carefully when it comes to aesthetic, physical interventions, procedures, anything that is connected with aesthetics and beauty. So I would tread carefully, for example, when it comes to changing your look, when it comes to, I don't know, maybe getting that like a random haircut that you wanted to get for a long time. You might change your mind after the retrograde is over. So roughly mid-April. What I would recommend doing with Venus retrograde in your first house is potentially maybe making some changes, some adjustments in terms of how you look after your body, in terms of how you treat your body, that you know are geared towards more kind of like self-love, more self-appreciation. But with Venus retrograde, generally, I am very wary of anything done from an aesthetic perspective. You might, as I said, change your mind, or you might kind of like need to get it redone after the retrograde is over. When Venus goes back into Pisces, 27th of March, in your 12th house, it is actually a really good time to unwind all the way until the 12th, 13th of April. It could be a good time to unwind, to slow down, to maybe enjoy activities that are geared towards rest, towards relaxation, and there will probably be an opportunity to do that. You might even want to, I don't know, like spend some money on anything that promotes rest and relaxation and just a sense of kind of like letting go and unwinding. 2nd of March, Mercury conjunct Neptune in the 12th house. This is a very, very good day for, I was about to say for dreaming, and that's probably true. It is a very good day for activities that involve maybe the mind, that involve thoughts, that involve thinking, but in a very kind of Neptunian way. So in a way that also kind of like taps into the imagination. For example, this would be a great day to do a guided meditation. I would, however, also be careful on this day because you might not be super clear on the facts, the data, the numbers. Things can seem a little bit blurry, a little bit distorted, a little bit confusing, a little bit convoluted. So this is not a day when I would file my taxes, for example. 3rd of March, Mercury goes into Aries in your first house, and on the 15th of March, so actually from the 3rd until the 15th, you are benefiting from this mercurial energy, Aries. So you're likely to have a lot more clarity as to what you want to do next, especially work-wise, especially in terms of maybe your to-do list. You might have a lot more clarity in terms of who you need to reach out to help you achieve your health-related goals. It could feel like your mind is very, very active from the 3rd of March, especially until the 15th of March. And you might be very inclined to speak your truth, to kind of like to share your thoughts. You might to give everyone like a piece of your mind. You can also be very persuasive throughout this period, 3rd of March until the 15th. Now, 15th of March, Mercury goes retrograde until the 7th of April. This is a time when you could feel for essentially roughly like 3 weeks, that you might need to slow down and rethink certain approaches, potentially when it comes to your work, potentially when it comes to maybe communicating in the workspace, potentially when it comes to maybe communicating with people in your vicinity, in your community, maybe in your neighborhood. It is a good time to also revisit certain ideas or certain concepts that you had, potentially around health or around work and habits. This is also very possibly a time when you might go back to old work projects, middle of March until the first week of April. You might hear back from old clients, or it is actually a very good time to reach out to old clients, to reach out to people who you've worked with in the past. You might have some intellectual work to do that is concerned with, again, like projects that you've been involved with a while ago. So that's what Mercury retrograde might bring up. Of course, I am going to give you the generic Mercury retrograde advice, especially because it is happening in your first house. So sometimes it could feel like people don't necessarily 100% get what you want to say or get where you come from. So I would kind of like recommend that you maybe take a little bit of like extra time to explain things and to make sure that you're on the same page, especially when it comes to people that you work with, or especially when it comes to talking to people in a health kind of setup. So if you're going to, I don't know, like the doctor, your physician and so on, I would make sure that they've understood understood correctly, I don't know, your symptoms, for instance, because as always with Mercury retrograde, there is a chance of things getting a tiny bit lost in translation. Mercury is going to go retrograde back into Pisces on the 30th of March. Okay, so pretty much for the entirety of the month, Mercury is going to be in your first house, which generally is actually considered, especially I'm talking to Aries risings in particular. Mercury is in its joy in the first house, so it's kind of like giving you extra kind of like intellectual power, but at the same time, second half of the month, do be aware of the retrograde. I'm gonna go a little bit back in time. I've talked about Mercury. It was very important, especially the Mercury retrograde. 8th of March, the Sun trines Mars. Sun in Pisces trines Mars in Cancer. It feels like this is a time when it's kind of like easy to see what was holding you back, maybe in terms of building a better relationship with a family member or building a better relationship with family in general. And it's easy to kind of like to release this and to let this go. It feels like you're also maybe becoming very aware of the source of frustration within a relationship with a family member. This is a very, very good time to potentially also maybe take action to get rid of some things around the house. So it's a great day, 8th of March, maybe also day before, day after. It's a great day to do spring cleaning, for instance. It's a great day to maybe make some donations. It's a great day to essentially whatever is around the house that you're no longer using. It's a great day to let go of some things. And it also feels like a really kind of like positive time when it comes to feeling healed somehow and feeling like you're ready to move forward from something that was holding you back, maybe from an emotional perspective, I'd say. This can also be a day when you, and even maybe the day before and the day after, when you help someone who is very close to your heart. It could be a family member, but it could also be someone that you just like genuinely love. You help them selflessly and it feels really fulfilling. It feels really good. 11th of March, Mercury conjuncts Venus retrograde in Aries. This could be a good day to have maybe a conversation with someone that you've been meaning to have a conversation with for some time. So to kind of like to share your thoughts, to share your views. Maybe it's, I don't know, your financial advisor and you want to sit down with them and kind of like review your goals for the year. It feels like a good time to talk to someone about the things that you've been meaning to talk to them about for a while. 12th of March, Sun conjunct Saturn. You might feel a tiny little bit judgmental towards yourselves, Aries. You might also feel very, very strongly aware of what's been holding you back, what's been maybe like a source of like self-sabotage, what's been causing frustrations and delays and a sense of blockage. From an emotional perspective, maybe from a subconscious perspective in your life, my dear Aries. This is also a very good day, 12th of March, maybe also day before and day after. It's a very, very good day to do our duty. And especially I'm looking at you, Aries risings. It's a good day to do your duty towards the collective somehow. So to do the right thing that contributes to the greater good, to the highest and greatest good. Okay, so we're going into eclipse season, 13th, 14th of March, depending on where you are in the world. Let me just see exactly what time this is happening, the eclipse at. Let me see, March. Okay. So we've got a full moon lunar eclipse happening at 6:54 GMT time. 14th of March. So that's why I said 13th, 14th of March, depending on where you are in the world. The full moon lunar eclipse in Virgo is activating your axis of health, work, and service. It is an eclipse with the south node. So what does that mean? It means that this is a time to let go of something. This eclipse is putting the spotlight on something that needs to be released out of your life. You might also feel the influence of the eclipse a week before and a week after. And there is actually a very high possibility that you might feel the eclipse, the effects of the eclipse. I apologize. Also, I'm gonna say beginning of June, but let me just double check. I always double check dates. I don't want to give you the wrong dates. Okay, so yes, so you might feel the effects of the eclipse, or kind of like see the aftermath of the eclipse. Also, beginning of June, especially from the 4th until the 9th of June, when Mars is going to activate the degree of the eclipse, and also I want to say last week of May as well. So pretty much from the last week of May until the 9th ish of June, if you ask me. Let me go back now to my notes on Aries, to my dates on Aries. So this eclipse is saying that it is time to release either a job, a habit, a set of habits, a set of attitudes towards your work, your health, your job, and your daily to-do list. It can feel like a culminating point somehow, Aries, this eclipse, when it comes to things that have been going on behind the scenes in the workspace, but also things that have been unfolding in your health life, in your health sector. There is an element of some things kind of like impacting your health from behind the scenes. It could be physical health, it could be mental health, it could be a combination of both. And now the emphasis is placed on what needs to be let go of. Speaking of letting go, there is a possibility that some people might be leaving your workplace. They might be made redundant. You might be aware of how your job is going to change around this time. And I do strongly recommend paying attention to what it feels like you need to learn from this moving forward, because it feels like there's going to be a completely, totally new approach that you're stepping into when it comes to your day-to-day work, but also when it comes to, so pretty much for the rest of the year, but also when it comes to your health and your approach to your physical body. So it feels like you're learning new information and you're letting go of the old information, let's say. 19th of March, Sun conjuncts Neptune. I mean, this is once again a day for like daydreaming, a day for relaxation. It is a day to unwind. It is a day to slow down. It is a day to maybe kind of like spend time away from the world, maybe with someone that you love. It's also a day for forgiveness, 19th of March. And I would also say day before and day after. 20th of March, Sun goes into Aries. This is great for your physical vitality. You might feel much more energized. You might feel stronger in your physical body. And it also feels like the spotlight is kind of like placed on you roughly for the next month. Now, I like the Sun transiting your first house, Aries, just because the Sun rules your 5th house of enjoyment. So there can be fun had in the month ahead. There can be enjoyment experience in the month ahead. But there's also a sense of connecting much more strongly with your creativity. 22nd, 23rd of March, depending on where you are in the world, Sun conjuncts Venus in Aries. We've got a Venus cazimi. And then on the 24th of March, we've got a Mercury cazimi. So these are actually, because we're already in retrograde season, these are the best days, 22nd, 23rd of March and 24th of March. Let me just tell you exactly at what times these are happening. Let's see. So 23rd of March, we've got a Venus cazimi at 1:07 a.m. in the morning GMT time. So a lot of you, if you're based in the United States, are going to feel this on the 22nd of March, actually. And let's look at the Mercury cazimi. It's happening on the 24th of March at 7:48 p.m. GMT time. So 24th of March is when the cazimi is going to be felt. The Mercury cazimi is going to be felt by those based in the United States. So 23rd of March, 22nd, 23rd is a day of clarity, relationship-wise. It is a day to maybe reach agreements when it comes to partnerships, relationships, collaborations, professionally, but also personally. So you may have clarity about a certain personal relationship, but also about a professional relationship. And it is a good time to communicate that and to maybe forge a stronger commitment or decide, you know what, this is not for me. There can also be good news, 23rd of March coming into your life, Aries, and maybe also 22nd connected with money. It's a great day to enter 22nd, 23rd into financial contracts. 24th of March, a day of clarity when it comes to your work, your health, your creative self-expression, and also news coming in connected with children, news coming in connected with work, news coming in maybe connected with colleagues, maybe the local community, the local neighborhood. 24th of March is a great day to hold a speech. It's a great day to hold a presentation, to have interviews, to schedule interviews, and to say yes to new endeavors, maybe from a work perspective, but also from a creative projects perspective. And I want to say, from the 22nd until the 24th, it is actually a good time to say yes also to something that feels very bold and courageous from a romantic perspective. Now, I do realize that I told you, okay, Venus is retrograde until kind of like April 12th, 13th-ish. That doesn't mean that you can't give something a shot. And I think you're having that sort of like aha moment as to what deserves a shot or not, romantically speaking, from the 22nd until the 24th. For those of you who have kids, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, fantastic news connected with children, but also a sense of things changing dramatically in the lives of children, I do believe for the better. 29th of March, new moon solar eclipse in Aries, active also week before, week after. This is a fresh start for you on a personal level. Mars, which is the ruler of the new moon, is going to be, of the solar eclipse, is going to be in your fourth house of home, family life, and living situation, and trining Saturn. And it's going to make a nice aspect also to the Venus retrograde happening in your 12th house at the time. It feels like you're ready to go in a new direction life-wise, Aries. This might have some sort of element of a new home life, a new family life, a new living situation, maybe a new relationship with family members, maybe a new location when it comes to living situation in general. It also feels like you're stepping into a new identity in some shape or form. So some of you could become parents, or some of you could make a big kind of like commitment when it comes to the family. Some of you could maybe move around like across the world, and it feels like you're stepping into a new sense of self, a new identity, because you have to kind of like adjust and adapt to your new kind of like culture and living circumstances. It feels like you're also ready to move forward from something that was holding you back in private. So you're ready to kind of like overcome an obstacle, to overcome some sort of a private personal challenge. It feels like you've overcome it essentially. Now you're just kind of like becoming aware of it. And you also seem to have access to a great deal of courage in releasing what's been holding you back from your past, my dear Aries. I actually really like this eclipse. I know there's going to be people saying, yes, Mars is in Cancer, Mars doesn't like to be in Cancer, We've heard that before. But Mars is trining Saturn. Mars is in a nice aspect to Venus. That counts for something. So I feel like you are healing and letting go of the past, and you're ready to move in to the future, kind of like full speed ahead. And Neptune goes into Aries, my dear, dear Aries, 30th of March until the 22nd of October in your first house. You're not necessarily going to feel this that much unless you have your ascendant or planets or angles between 0 to 2 degrees-ish of Aries. Nevertheless, it feels like Neptune coming into your first house is a sign that over the next year, actually, Neptune's going to spend a really long time in your first house. You are essentially dissolving and surrendering and letting go of your old identity, your old sense of self, and I want to say your old maybe life direction. Taurus suns and Taurus risings. My lovely, lovely Taurians. What does March have in store for you? Well, I can tell you that there's going to be a tremendous amount of focus for you, Taurians, on friends, the future, future goals, future plans, your future kind of life direction, your targets for the future. There's also going to be a tremendous focus on what needs to be released, what needs to be let go of, a lot going on behind the scenes. So there are a lot of things that are going to be kind of like popping up into your awareness. Maybe they've been unfolding behind the scenes for a while, but now they're like, da-dum, here I am. You cannot unsee me. So the unseen becoming seen, let's say, Taurians. Let me start off with the very beginning. 1st, 2nd of March, depending on where you're in the world, but you're probably going to feel it from the 1st of March. Venus goes retrograde in Aries in your 12th house until the 27th of March, and then it goes back into Pisces. Venus is going to be retrograde until the 12th, 13th of April, depending on where you are in the world. Throughout this period, my dear Taurians, you might be reevaluating throughout the whole Venus retrograde. You might be reevaluating your life direction. You might be reevaluating your work. You might have to potentially deal with some old health-related issues. I do want to put it out there. This is not new. This is not new stuff coming up. This is not stuff that you were not consciously aware of. I do believe you might have dealt with some issues maybe a while ago of the same nature, but I would not neglect them, because otherwise they can cause potentially quite a bit of frustration, quite a bit of like irritation when it comes to your health, when it comes to the relationship that you have with your physical body. Speaking of the relationship with your physical body, I will put it out there, pretty much until the 27th of April, my apologies, until the 27th of March, when Venus goes back into Pisces, right? Taurus risings especially might struggle a tiny little bit with self-love, self-image, self-acceptance, especially acceptance of the physical body. Give yourself some grace, Taurians, whatever it is that you're dealing with, whatever it is that you're beating yourself up about. Sometimes being tough and hard and kind of like negative, tough on yourself or like negative about it, that doesn't make a difference. I mean, I think I might have read this somewhere or like seen it on Instagram or something like that, but you can't hate yourself into self-love. I know it's such a cliche to say that, but whatever stage you're at in terms of your body, your kind of like personal journey, your journey of healing, grace and acceptance is always going to probably take you a long way versus being like really like tough on yourselves. When Venus goes back into Pisces, 27th of March, all the way until 12th, 13th of April for the rest of the retrograde, you might actually be a lot kind of like more gentle with yourselves. You might feel like you're kind of like getting back into kind of like a routine and into potentially doing some things that you used to do in the past that made you kind of like very appreciative towards yourselves and towards the relationship that you have with your physical body. 27th of March until roughly mid-April, Taurians, you might also reconnect with friends from the past, people that you haven't seen in a long time. It's a good time to kind of like work on relationships, maybe relationships that you've neglected. It's a good time to maybe heal certain relationships, work on maybe forgiving certain people that have wronged you. So those are a few things that I'm just putting on your radar. 2nd of March, Mercury conjuncts Neptune in the 11th house. It feels like a conversation with maybe a friend or a peer or a colleague is just kind of like bringing up some really sensitive, some really kind of like emotional topics. I would also be very careful if you are speaking to anyone, however, on the 2nd of March, if you're talking about some really kind of like practical stuff. I would tread a tiny little bit carefully, Taurians, especially if you're talking about money, because there seems to be a lot of confusion here. There seems to be quite a bit of like distortion of the facts. So just double check, especially if you're talking about money. 3rd of March, Mercury goes back into, well, actually Mercury goes into Aries. It doesn't go back into Aries because it was in Pisces. So 3rd of March, Mercury goes into Aries. And actually mid-March, 15th of March, Mercury is going to be retrograde in Aries in your 12th house. Mercury rules your house of income and your 5th house of children. So, and creative self-expression and entertainment and passions and hobbies. So a few things can happen during the retrograde, 15th of March until the 30th of March, because after the 30th of March, Mercury goes back into Pisces, still retrograde. The retrograde ends first week of April. So second half of March, it may feel like you have to like revisit certain financial matters, revisit your budget, revisit where the money goes. There could be some kind of like hidden expenses that come back to your attention, or maybe expenses that you forgot to like deal with. There could be some mistakes that come to your attention from a financial perspective. Maybe you didn't make the mistakes. Maybe, I don't know, someone else made the mistakes, but you're only kind of like catching them. You're picking them up second half of March. It does feel like there could be potentially a feeling of maybe experiencing a tiny little bit of like financial loss. Now, it's probably not a major loss. It could be quite small. It's possible, but maybe it's because you haven't calculated things properly. So maybe it's not entirely a loss. Maybe it's just kind of like the way that you envisaged this financial matter playing out. It didn't actually play out. in that way. So it could be potentially a miscalculation. It does feel like some thoughts, some scenarios going through your head second half of March, Taurus, might not necessarily be very constructive. They might not be very productive. So you might have thoughts that are kind of like nagging, that are not, again, not constructive, that are maybe you're being very like angry about something. Maybe you're kind of getting irritated about an old issue. It could be an issue around money. It could be an issue around romance. It could be an issue around maybe like children, that kind of like nags you, that irritates you. There's also a possibility that maybe children are keeping you awake at night. I mean, physically, but potentially also metaphorically. So you could be worrying about some things connected with children. It always helps to talk. I'm just going to say it, Taurus. So rather than kind of like mulling over things completely on your own or alone, you might benefit from just kind of like opening up to someone and saying what you have to say. You might actually have to have some difficult conversations second half of the month, even if you don't necessarily want to, because they haven't been fully addressed potentially. And they could be conversations around money. They could be conversations around children. So just be aware of that. So Taurus, I'm going to go back now a little bit in time because obviously we had to talk about the retrograde. 8th of March, maybe also active day before and day after. The Sun trines Mars. This can be actually a very active day together with friends, together with maybe a community. Maybe you do something that is fun, something that is kind of like entertaining, and that energizes you. You could also have potentially a really fun day together with family, maybe together not just with friends, but with family as well. You could take some sort of action, maybe in regards to a plan that you're making for your family or for your friends or for maybe both of them. It is a good day to kind of like to go out into the world. It is a good day to have some important conversations, but it's also a really good day to trust your instinct and your intuition when it comes to addressing matters connected with family, future, friends, community. 11th of March, Mercury conjuncts Venus in your 12th house. I mean, someone could have a tiny little bit of a maybe more difficult surprise to share with you. I mean, they might say something that feels a tiny bit hurtful. Just because it feels a tiny bit hurtful doesn't necessarily mean it's true. It is probably true, but you might kind of take it a little bit the wrong way. It could be something that comes from maybe a loved one. It could be something that comes from a work colleague. Nevertheless, I would recommend just kind of like taking the time to reflect on it. 13th, 14th of March, depending on where you are in the world, we're experiencing a full moon lunar eclipse in Virgo on the 5th house, 11th house axis, my dear Taurians. So you could feel the influence of this eclipse week before, week after, the 13th, 14th of March, but we're also likely to feel the aftermath of the eclipse end of May, last week of May, until maybe kind of like the 9th-ish of June. This could be a time to let go of something. It could be a relationship with a friend. It could be maybe the connection with a community, maybe the connection with someone that was close to you, that was dear to you, because you realize that things have been happening behind your back that you are not aware of. I mean, maybe you do feel a tiny little bit betrayed. You could feel a tiny little bit heartbroken. I am just gonna say it. Now, there is also a possibility, for example, that, I don't know, maybe like a friend moves to a different country or something like that, and maybe they didn't tell you, so maybe you do feel disappointed, but there's no feeling of like betrayal or anything like that. But at the same time, it also feels like something that was maybe a source of joy, of enjoyment. It could be a relationship. It could be maybe the connection with someone is potentially coming to a close. This could also be the time when you wrap up possibly an important chapter in your life connected with children, Taurians. So, for example, let's say your kid graduates, so you're going to be an empty nester, and you might potentially have some challenging thoughts around this. I mean, you might worry about like how life is going to be like moving forward. You have to look into the future, set new goals. Maybe you've been so invested on a day-to-day basis in terms of like activities in the life of your kid. So now you're kind of like wondering, what's my life going to look like, and so on. I would look towards community. I would look towards friends. I would look towards maybe people who are in the same kind of like boat with you. And the future is rarely as dark as it feels in the moment when we're maybe releasing something. I just want to put it out there. Some of you could also be experiencing some sort of a culminating point when it comes to a romantic relationship. Now, it feels like some sort of information is coming to the surface that was buried or hidden, or that maybe you preferred not to think about or to see, because sometimes we lie to ourselves. Sometimes we gloss over the truth. But now it feels like you're not going to be able to gloss over. So you're going to have to look at the truth in the face, and as painful, or as maybe not painful as it might be, you're probably going to have to make a decision or make a call on it. 19th of March, we have a Sun-Neptune conjunction in your 11th house. Okay, so there's a sense of being able to dream about a brighter future somehow around this time. It is a good time to dream. It is a good time to kind of like tap into your imagination and to really ask yourselves, Taurians, what does the future hold if I were to release any sort of like preconceived notions and kind of like pre-existing, I don't know, like limitations, limiting beliefs? If I were to dream big, what would my future look like? This can also be a time of like healing. 19th of March, maybe day before, day after, healing a friendship, healing a relationship, maybe healing the relationship with a family member. You might also feel that sense of tremendous inspiration coming towards you in regards to your goals for the future, your plans for the future, in regards to your family life, your home life. And this is a good time to be out into the world and to give yourselves permission to be inspired by the people around you. It's not a very kind of like a logical, super intellectual time. It is a time to dream. It is a time to transcend the boundaries of the 3D, even if it's just for a while. And it's also a good time to do some things selflessly for the collective, maybe for an organization, for a community that you're a part of. 20th of March, Sun goes into Aries in your 12th house for the next month. So essentially it could be a good time to take some time off, to unwind, to relax, to take it easy, or to basically also address matters that are happening behind the scenes. So it does feel like your focus is being drawn towards some maybe kind of like hidden aspects, or more kind of like not so visible from the outside aspects of your life. That's where you're kind of like pulled towards. 22nd, 23rd of March, we've got a Venus Cazimi in the 12th house. So this can be a time of clarity in terms of what needs to be released from your life, Taurians. At home, so maybe you need to get rid of some stuff around the house. What needs to be released in terms of the relationship that you have with a family member. What needs to be released when it comes to maybe the relationship that you have with your own physical body. You might become aware of how you've been potentially like sabotaging your relationship with yourselves, with kind of like self-love and self-acceptance and self-appreciation. This could also be the time when you realize that you are no longer going to be able to maybe work in the same way that you've worked so far. So there could be kind of like something coming to your attention connected with your work, connected with kind of like the work environment, or you might have an aha moment where you say, I don't want to go back to work. I don't want to go back to this job. And now I have to make a plan as to how I'm moving away from it in a nutshell. 24th of March, we've got a Mercury Cazimi. This is actually a good day for anything that involves intellectual work. There's kind of like clarity of thought. There's clarity of mind. This could be a really good day for maybe doing intellectual work, or kind of like sifting through matters that obviously require the logical mind, matters of a financial nature, my dear Taurians. You could also kind of like find out something or have clarity of mind around something concerned with children. So if you've been having a hard time, for example, I don't know, getting along with your teenage son, teenage daughter, you might realize, this is what I've been doing wrong, or this is how I've been sabotaging the relationship. Equally, there is a possibility that you might kind of like hear some news that takes you by surprise, that does feel a little bit like an unexpected thing concerning children. So maybe they finally tell you something, or you find out something about them that all of a sudden kind of like throws light on a maybe sticky situation concerning children. 22nd, 23rd, 24th of March. I would allow things to come to you, Taurus. I would allow information to come to you. I would allow aha moments to come to you. I would allow other people to come to you, because a lot is going to make sense if you do. 27th of March, Venus goes back into Pisces. I've mentioned that. And 29th of March, very, very important moment in time. Active also week before, week after. We've got a new moon solar eclipse in your 12th house, ruled by Mars in the 3rd house of communication and Cancer, trining Saturn. So this feels like a new beginning, a fresh start, my dear Taurians, when it comes to your mental health, very possibly. So you might decide to take some sort of action concerning your mental health. You might decide to start talking to someone. Some of you could decide to go into therapy, or some of you could decide, I mean, I know that I'm talking about mental health, and obviously, like, I'm not an expert on this in any shape or form. I have no training in this direction, but I read, I research, I do my homework, as they say. Obviously, this is not medical advice in any shape or form, but it has been, I mean, there's like studies, there's research that has proven that mental health is very strongly impacted by, obviously it's impacted by emotions, traumas, and things like that, by the subconscious, of course, but also it's very strongly impacted by physical activity. I mean, physical activity, like working out or just going for walks, has been proven to have a positive effect on mental health. Obviously, everything has to be consistent. And I'm not saying that that is a be all, kind of like end all answer in any shape or form to like issues in this space. But you might decide, I mean, it is a solar eclipse in Aries. You might decide to start walking more. You might decide to maybe participate in like group classes of a kind of like physical nature. There's also a possibility that you might decide to address an issue that has been plaguing a friendship, that has been plaguing a relationship. You might have a moment of awareness, of self-awareness, and decide, okay, I'm going to talk to this person, I'm going to fix things, I'm going to repair this, and let's see if we can move forward. This is also a time to get rid of stuff, literally, but also metaphorically speaking. So this could be a time to maybe sell a car. It could be a time to maybe donate things around the house that are no longer useful. It does also feel like a very fulfilling time somehow from an emotional perspective, because you realize what's been blocking you, or what's been damaged, what's been doing damage from an emotional perspective. And a good time to address addictions, a good time to address maybe patterns that have been keeping you trapped somehow. This is also a time when you might experience some sort of a fresh start in relation to institutions, any sort of like institutions that you have anything to do with. So it could be, I don't know, like libraries, governmental institutions, etc. Neptune goes into Aries in your 12th house on the 30th of March. Taurans, I do want to mention this, unless you have planets or angles, which you probably don't, not necessarily angles, unless you have planets or important points or angles in Aries, or in cardinal signs between 0 to 2 degrees of cardinal signs, you're probably not going to feel this this transit immediately. This is a very long transit. It's like years long. So I'm not going to spend too much diving into it, but in a nutshell, end of March until the 22nd of October, it could feel like forces maybe like that are very magnified, very amplified, are coming into your life that are helping you release and let go of whatever is causing self-sabotage, whatever you could say has been acting as a hidden enemy in your life. That is Taurus. My dear Geminis, Gemini suns and Gemini risings. March. What's going on? March of 2025. So there's going to be a lot going on, Geminis, in your career sector, but also at home, and a lot of focus on the future, but in some shape or form, kind of like revisiting what you want the future to look like. Maybe kind of like tweaking, editing those goals, those targets in some shape or form. So let's start off with the beginning of the month. 1st, 2nd of March. I mean, it depends on where you're based in the world, but you can go with the 1st of March, essentially. Venus goes retrograde in Aries in your 11th house. It goes back into Pisces. Venus slides back into Pisces on the 27th of March until the retrograde ends, until the 12th, 13th of April. Initially, Venus retrograde might bring back in your life, from the beginning of March until the 27th, might bring back in your life old friends. So you might reconnect with people from the past, especially people that you've been friends with. Maybe also people that have been in some shape or form influential when it comes to your goals, your dreams, your plans for the future. Venus also rules your fifth house of romantic love. So in a social setup, there is a possibility that some Geminis, especially Gemini risings, might reconnect with people who they have been romantically involved with. Now, is it a good idea during Venus retrograde to get back with an ex? Who am I to judge? But maybe, just maybe, wait until you make a call, until you make a long-term decision. I would wait for Venus to get out of retrograde, essentially, Geminis. There is a really kind of like positive way in which you can utilize the retrograde of Venus, which is to reach back to people who you've been wanting to connect with for a while now, maybe people who you've had like really good collaborations with, maybe creative collaborations with, throughout the entire duration of the retrograde. So pretty much until kind of like mid-April, 12th, 13th of April. You might also reevaluate whether certain friendships or relationships, both in the friendship sector as well as in the professional sector, if they have any sort of future. You might also, beginning of the month until the 27th, revisit goals and plans for the future and how they kind of like, how they're impacted by potentially changing goalposts, both in your life as well as in the other person's life. There is a possibility that some friends might be overly competitive, 1st of March until the 27th potentially, and that could maybe shake up things a little bit when it comes to your actual friendship, but I would not necessarily take this super personally. I mean, if they are being competitive, are you triggered by it? Are you not triggered by it? Are you the competitive one? That's also a possibility. When Venus goes back into Pisces, 27th of March until, it's going to be retrograde until the 12th, 13th of April, you may have to reevaluate professional relationships. You might also have to reevaluate what is important to you within a business partnership, within a business collaboration. You might also have to revisit creative projects in the workspace. It is a good idea to actually do that because you could improve them, you could fix them. It's also a very good idea from the 27th of March until the 12th, 13th of March to potentially reach back out to people who you've worked with in the past if you do believe there's any room for kind of like further collaboration. Also to revisit your kind of like public status, public reputation, personal branding, how you present yourself to the world, Geminis, especially Gemini risings. It could be a good idea to look at your LinkedIn, for instance. Is it up to date? Is it not up to date? Do you need to, like add anything? Do you need to tweak it? If you have a portfolio, do you need to like update your portfolio and things like that? 2nd of March, Mercury conjuncts Neptune in Pisces in your 10th house. Conversations around career and around your public status and around your public reputation could be a tiny little bit confusing. It's a good idea to kind of like to tap into your imagination and to really envisage what could come of your career or what could come of your image in the world. So it doesn't all have to be about career. It could be about your public status, about how you're perceived by the world. But it's not necessarily a good idea to do, like super factual work within the professional space or to have really factual conversations within the professional space because Mercury in Pisces, conjunct Neptune in Pisces, things are very distorted. And if a leader in the workspace says anything, I would just take what they say with a dramatic pinch of salt because authority figures, leaders could just kind of like try to pull the wool over your eyes. I think that's a saying. 3rd of March, Mercury goes into Aries in your 11th house of long-term goals and plans for the future. And mid-March, Mercury goes retrograde. Mercury is going to be retrograde until the 30th of March in your 11th house. So you could have conversations around your goals. You could revisit your goals. You could reevaluate whether you've been taking the correct approach when it comes to one of your goals. You could reconnect with old organizations that you've been involved with, maybe old friends that you've collaborated really well with. There is a possibility that things could be a little bit convoluted, maybe in terms of getting along with certain friends. So certain friendships might experience some potential maybe challenges in terms of communication. Now, that doesn't mean that they cannot be overcome. I do believe that they can be overcome, but as always with Mercury retrograde, there can be an element of things potentially getting lost in translation, potentially your message not coming across in the way that you would like it to come across. Is it a good idea? 15th of March until the 30th of March. To maybe slow down a little bit when it comes to forging ahead with your plans, maybe also the plans concerning your home life or your family life. The answer to this, I mean, would be yes, if you ask me. It's a good time to like revisit things, reevaluate things, maybe talk to your family, talk to your maybe even like partner about what you want your home life to look like, what you want your family life to look like. There can be potentially sometimes conflicts. It's not mandatory, but Mercury is in Aries after all. And sometimes Mercury in Aries, especially retrograde, is known to be a tiny little bit blunter than it has to be. But ultimately, I do believe that the conversations can be very, very constructive, I want to say. Now, because Mercury also rules your house of home and living situation, there is a possibility second half of March, Geminis, that if you're looking to go ahead with anything home and living situation wise, if you're looking to, I don't know, like sell a property or move into a new home or fix things around the house, you might actually have to fix things around the house. But Mercury retrograde might slow things down. There could be delays. There could be, I don't know, like paperwork that is misplaced. So you might have to like dig really deep to find it. So do be aware of that potential effect of the retrograde. I'm gonna go a little bit back in time, just because we had to address the retrograde. By the way, I have to say this. Okay, so if people sometimes feel like I'm breathing funny, it's not because I want to. It's not because I have any sort of like hidden, subtle intentions in terms of like wanting to send a message with my breathing. I mean, there was someone who commented something like that, and I thought it was actually like really funny. Essentially, I have a deviated septum, so I physically breathe a lot through my mouth, which is why sometimes it could feel like I have to catch my breath, just as an FYI. So I'm going to go back in time. 8th of March, Sun in Pisces trines Mars in Cancer in your second house. This seems to be a win. 8th of March, maybe also day before and day after. This seems to be a win when it comes to your career. You may have fought really hard to achieve something. You might have trusted your gut. You might have trusted your instinct. And now you're seeing the results. You're reaping the rewards. It could feel like you are being very kind of like strongly appreciated in some shape or form. This could also be a time when a parent experiences some sort of a win. I'd say Geminis. The Sun is also the ruler of your third house. So 8th of March, day before and day after, this is actually a very good time to hold a speech, to have an interview, to make a presentation, but to trust your gut, to trust your intuition in terms of how you approach the whole thing. 11th of March, you might hear back from an old friend, or you might decide to send a message to an old friend. 13th, 14th of March. This obviously depends on where in the world you are based. We've got a lunar eclipse happening in Virgo. Active week before, week after, but you might also feel the aftermath, the influence of the eclipse last week of May until the 9th of June. So this full moon lunar eclipse brings things to a culminating point and very likely to an end somehow when it comes to a matter connected with your home life, your family life, your living situation, and your personal life. So some of you could be moving outside of a home. Some of you could decide to sell a home. Some of you could decide to wrap up your home and living situation as you know it. There is a possibility that things are happening in the workspace that will take you away from home. So you might potentially, I don't know, receive a job offer that involves a lot of traveling or that involves relocation. It feels like there's a need to release certain aspects of your home and living situation as you know it. Some people could leave your house. So, for example, I don't know, maybe one of the kids is all grown up and they're moving across the country, and what now? What next? You might also feel like fated events are somehow impacting your personal life and your public life at the same time. And as a result of that, you have to revisit your plans for the future. You might welcome people into your home around this time. It could be friends, it could be people from the past. At the same time, this full moon lunar eclipse feels like it's kind of like taking something away. Whatever is being taken away from your private life, from your personal life, from your home life, I would let go of it willingly rather than fight it. Because generally with eclipses, there is not a lot of room for I don't know, like negotiation, I think is what I'm looking for. 19th of March, Sun conjunct Neptune in Pisces in your house of career. Dream big, a day to dream big when it comes to your professional path, but also when it comes to your vocation. Profession is not always 100% equal to vocation. I mean, we tend to put the equal sign between them, but sometimes vocation is much more kind of like much broader than that. It's beyond the concept of profession. So you seem to be inspired to make an impact on the world. Your imagination, your connection with a higher force, a higher power seems to be giving you that sense of inspiration. Geminis, trust it. Sun goes into Aries, 20th of March in your 11th house, my dear Geminis, for the next month. It energizes, the sun essentially energizes the sector of socialization, getting together with friends, connecting with a community, being active within a community, being active within organizations. So your social life is probably going to be incredibly active for the next month. It feels like you also have a lot to say. Ultimately, that's the way that I would look at it. But not, how should I put it? Not necessarily in a one-to-one setup, but in a group type of setup. So you have a lot to say within a community kind of setup, within a maybe like a classroom or like within an organization that you're active within. 22nd, 23rd of March, Sun conjunct Venus, retrograde, Venus Cazimi, in your house of goals and plans for the future, but also friendship. This is a great time to sign contracts, a great time to reach an agreement, especially with someone from the past. It's a great time to really decide whether a friendship is worth it or not, whether a relationship with a friend or with a romantic partner is worth it or not, maybe. A day of tremendous inspiration and of tremendously kind of like productive collaboration with friends. Tremendous inspiration coming from friends, tremendous creative inspiration, aha moments, kind of like big ideas around what the future holds and around who you need on your side in order to make that future happen, I'd say. 22nd, 23rd, and 24th are very, very good days to hold a public speech, to speak in public, to hold a presentation, to maybe share something with the world that you've been working on, especially something that requires a lot of like intellectual effort, maybe to an extent also creative flair, I'd say. 24th of March, Mercury, Cazimi, Sun conjuncts Mercury, sign contracts, even though Mercury is retrograde. It's a good day. It's probably the best day, 24th of March. But also the couple of days before with Venus conjunct the Sun. A day of news, 24th of March, and of major aha moments, of feeling like things are moving forward very potently. Also when it comes to your private life, home life, and family life. And also potentially a day of big news. They're probably happy news, but big news nevertheless, coming from a family member. 29th of March, we've got another eclipse. We are in eclipse season, Geminis. 29th of March, active week before, week after, we've got a new moon solar eclipse in your 11th house, ruled by Mars in the second house of income in Cancer. I love this eclipse, but I know there's going to be astrologers out there saying, no, Mars is in Cancer. That's awful. No. But essentially for you, Geminis, I feel like this eclipse kind of like opens the door for what the future can look like for you from a material perspective, from a financial perspective, new beginnings financially, in collaboration with a community, with a group of people, major new collaborations coming up around this time. You might decide to kick off a big important chapter involving a group of people, maybe involving an organization. This seems to have a very positive impact on your material situation in some shape or form. So maybe it brings in a new source of income. Maybe, I don't know, you're starting a membership of some sorts. Maybe you're kind of like branching out in terms of who kind of brings income into your life. So in terms of maybe your target audience, if you have your own business, I'd say, Geminis, the future is very exciting. It will require a lot of courage. It will require financial investment. It will require you being willing to commit for the long term, both financially and in terms of time commitment. But it feels like the world is, to an extent, your oyster around this time, financially and professionally, my dear Geminis, after some really hard times, or after times of uncertainty, after times of really kind of like having to figure things out in the dark, let's say. 30th of March, Mercury conjuncts Neptune once again in Pisces in your house of career. Now, I am always going to flag that Mercury coming together with Pisces, coming together with Neptune in Pisces is always kind of like a blurry, murky time in terms of numbers, stats, facts, data. So do kind of like take things with a pinch of salt. And if you are agreeing on anything, if you're signing any contracts or any papers, look for the fine print, look for whatever's been missed, look for the typos, look for whatever hasn't been addressed, even though things do seem really good overall. 30th of March, Neptune goes into Aries until the 22nd of October. Now, you're not going to feel this very strongly unless you have planets, angles, or important points, such as the part of fortune, for instance, in cardinal signs, between 0 to 2 degrees of cardinal signs. Nevertheless, you're getting a little bit of a glimpse of Neptune coming into your 11th house and kind of like helping you transcend existing kind of like goals and an existing kind of like vision of the future. Potentially also ushering in a new era when it comes to communities and groups that you're a part of. But it's only a preview. It's only like a tiny taster, Geminis. My dear Cancerians, Cancer suns and Cancer risings. March of 2025, what a month March is, or what a month March is going to be. So let's start off from the top. Beginning of the month, 1st, 2nd of March, depending on where in the world you're based, Venus goes retrograde in Aries, in your house of career initially. Venus for you, Cancerians, rules your 11th house of plans for the future and your 4th house of home, family life, living situation, and so on. So there is a possibility that you might potentially have to slow down a tiny little bit when it comes to your career progression, when it comes to your plans, especially connected with your career, maybe because there's things happening at home, maybe because you have to attend to them, maybe because you, I don't know, have to travel to like see family, for instance. What I like about this retrograde is that you could potentially revisit relationships with certain people from your family, from your past, maybe even with friends. And there is a chance to kind of like fix them. There is a chance to get a kind of like a do-over. If there has been any sort of like conflict or argument, or if there's been something that hasn't been working within these relationships. At the same time, however, there is a possibility that you might reevaluate certain relationships, professional especially, but also relationships with family members. You might not be 100% happy with some of them. So you might need to kind of like sit down with these people and lay out your values, and maybe be open to hearing about their values and figure out if there is a future together in which the two sets of values come together, mix up, or overlap, let's say. What I would recommend throughout the period of Venus retrograde in your 10th house, especially until the 27th of March, is maybe reaching back to old clients, people that you used to work with, old business partners, because there could be some extra business there. Just as a bit of an FYI, there's a chance that they might reach out to you. So it's just a matter of kind of like you deciding, are we still aligned in terms of values, of goals, of principles? Is there still a world in which we can work together? Venus is going to go retrograde into Pisces from the 27th of March all the way until the end of the retrograde. It's going to be there. So 12th, 13th of April, actually. There is a chance that 27th of March until 12th, 13th of April, that you might have to travel to a place that you've been to in the past, or you might potentially travel to visit a family member, or a family member might come to you. They might kind of like travel to come to you if they live in a different place, in a different maybe country, for instance. What I can tell you is that things are likely to potentially be a little bit maybe slow in terms of moving forward, full speed ahead. Initially, when it comes to business partnerships, from the beginning of March until the 27th of March. And then when it comes to legal matters or matters connected with studies, academia, and things like that, maybe also connected with travel, maybe travel plans might need to be postponed from the 27th of March all the way until the 12th, 13th of April. 2nd of March, Mercury conjuncts Neptune in your 9th house. This can be a day of tremendous inspiration, maybe inspiration that feels like it's coming to you from a higher power, from a spiritual source in some shape or form. It's not necessarily a great day to maybe travel. I'm just gonna say it. I know some people are gonna be like, no, but what if I do have to travel? I'm like, it's just not a great day to travel because Neptune can bring confusion. It can bring fog. It can bring potentially, sometimes the astrology manifests super literally. And I don't know, it could even bring like delays connected with fog if you need to take a flight. So just something to be aware of. If you are signing any sort of like paperwork, oh gosh, with Mercury conjunct Neptune, both on the 2nd of March as well as on the 30th of March, we have the same aspect, Mercury conjunct Neptune. So the 30th of March is also not a great day to travel, but it is a good day to receive divine inspiration and divine guidance. If you're signing papers, I would stay away from 2nd of March and 30th of March because there could be mistakes. There could be, I don't know, like typos. I would also be very wary, both on the 2nd of March as well as on the 30th of March, of any sort of spiritual, maybe like gurus or teachers or guides that talk the talk, but is the talk really applicable in the 3D reality? Or is it just this sort of like phantasmagorical, I don't know, like dream that has no applicability in the 3D reality? So just something to be aware of. 3rd of March, Mercury goes into Aries, and it's going to stay in your house of career in Aries and public status and public reputation, Cancerians, for pretty much the entirety of the month. Mercury is also going to go retrograde mid-month, 15th of March. So if you have important talks, important presentations that you need to share with the world, if you have to have important conversations with bosses, with authority figures, with clients, maybe even with family members, I would have these conversations, if possible, before mid-March, before the 15th of March. Another great day that I like for important speeches, conversations, presentations, especially in the professional sphere, maybe interviews, or if you want to request something from an important client or from a boss. I like the 24th of March. That's the only exception because in the second half of the month, because that's when we have a Mercury cazimi. But if you need to be very precise and specific and reach out to people and deliver, as I said, important presentations, I would potentially schedule them in the first half of the month, especially from the 3rd until the 15th, because on the 15th, Mercury goes retrograde. So with Mercury going retrograde, second half of the month, I would be aware of the fact that things could slow down career-wise. Maybe conversations with potential employers could slow down, or with potential clients could slow down. There could be misunderstandings or things getting lost in translation, or frustrations of a communicational nature, especially in your interactions with big clients, bosses, authority figures, possibly even a parent, or with siblings, cousins, neighbors, maybe. It is a good time, second half of the month, to revisit professional projects, to reach out to old clients, maybe, to, I don't know, like tweak your website or tweak your LinkedIn or tweak your online portfolio. Mercury retrograde is also the trickster. So there could be things that you say in the public sphere. It doesn't have to be career-wise. It could just be in public. In the eyes of the world. It could be on social media, for example. That's also quite public. You could say things that are misinterpreted, that come across the wrong way. So especially with Mercury retrograde in Aries, this could bring in a big foot in the mouth. Is that the saying? Syndrome? So where you say kind of like the wrong thing or the wrong thing at the right time, at the wrong time, or maybe you just use the wrong word and it lands like a, I don't know, like a wrecking ball in the conversation. So slow down and do not. I mean, that's my recommendation, but obviously you have free will to do whatever you please. I would slow down and I would choose my words a lot more cautiously second half of the month, especially if you say something in public, because it can backfire. You might also rethink where you want to be headed next professionally, Cancerians, second half of the month especially. And if there is anything that you've been delaying or postponing when it comes to maybe taking an exam or taking a course or taking a, I don't know, like a certification of some sorts that impacts your professional life, you might have to take it second half of the month. I mean, you might feel like, yeah, you got to go ahead with it. You can't... you might feel like you can't actually move forward with your work unless you get this sort of like postponed maybe certification or class or course, let's say. And Mercury goes back into Pisces pretty much from the 30th of March onwards, and it's going to stay there until the end of the retrograde, which is 7th of April. 8th of March, I'm going a little bit back in time because we had to talk about the retrograde. 8th of March, Sun trines Mars. I like this date. I also like the day before and the day after, but the aspect is exact on the 8th of March. Some sort of big win on a personal level, Cancerians. It could be a professional win because Mars rules your house of career. It could be a big win, maybe when it comes to a project that is very close to your heart, that you're very invested in. It could feel like a big win, potentially maybe when it comes to kids. So if you have a kid, maybe they are, I don't know, like getting like accepted into like a prestigious university or whatnot. But you seem to feel very proud, I'd say. There could be some sort of feeling of tremendous progress when it comes to creative projects, when it comes to academic matters, maybe also when it comes to matters that involve traveling or international affairs, or maybe even legal matters, I'd say. Is this a good time, 7th, 8th of March, 9th of March, to book a trip, especially a fun trip, to take some sort of inspired action in regards to maybe traveling, or in regards to a project that is close to your heart, maybe a project of a creative nature, or maybe when it comes to a romantic matter? The short answer is yes. Yes, and yes, and yes. 12th of March, the Sun conjunct Saturn. You might feel a tiny little bit delayed, a tiny little bit maybe slowed down on your quest for kind of like big things, maybe big things of an academic nature, maybe big plans connected with traveling, maybe big plans connected with legal matters, maybe connected with your status, your residency, your visa, if you're based in a foreign country. You might feel a tiny little bit slowed down, maybe by bureaucracy or by someone else being quite slow and, I don't know, like confused in terms of doing their work. Nevertheless, it doesn't mean that things are not moving forward. They might just kind of like experience a tiny little bit of a hiccup. 12th, that's 12th of March. 13th, 14th of March, depending on where you are in the world, but you're also probably going to feel this week before week after, there's a full moon lunar eclipse happening in Virgo on the 3rd house, 9th house axis. Okay, so you're probably also going to feel the aftermath of the eclipse last week of May until the 9th of June. This full moon lunar eclipse is bringing to a culminating point, is bringing to an end. It's bringing to a peak a matter connected with education. So you could graduate or you could wrap up a big important chapter in your educational journey or process. Some of you could hear news concerning, I don't know, your acceptance into like a prestigious program or acceptance into like a school of some sorts. Some of you could make a big decision regarding your educational or academic path. I feel like you're also letting go around this time of an old set of views and opinions and approaches to life, especially when it comes to your career, when it comes to your public status, when it comes to your reputation, when it comes to your professional path. So you could decide to start kind of like slowly but surely walk away from an old set of views, and you're ready to think bigger. You're ready to look at the big picture. Your kind of like eyes are opening up towards a much broader perspective, my dear Cancerians. You could also have some important conversations that involve a release, a letting go, a maybe end to a collaboration, especially when it comes to a business collaboration, a professional collaboration. You might also decide to start using different language when it comes to how you talk about your work, your profession, and your vocation, I'd say. There could be news coming up also from cousins, from siblings, potentially maybe big news concerning their career, concerning their work. It could feel maybe like a sibling is wrapping up a big part of their life, a big part of their maybe focus so far professionally speaking. Maybe a sibling is letting you know, I am going in a different direction from a career perspective. That is very, very possible. Some of you could also be saying goodbye to maybe some colleagues. I mean, maybe they're moving to a different kind of like company altogether. You could be saying goodbye also to a car or your existing mode of transportation, and maybe also to some neighbors you could be saying goodbye. So yeah. Sun enters Aries in your house of career. The sun loves being in Aries. The sun is exalted in Aries, 20th of March until, well, pretty much like for the next month, until Aries season ends in April. For the next month, you are getting a boost professionally, Cancerians, a boost in creativity, a boost in energy, a boost in maybe feeling very confident, feeling like a leader in your space, in your field. This is particularly useful for those who have the ability to step up, who have the ability to be somehow leaders, who have the ability to decide what direction they're going into professionally. The sun is also the ruler of your house of income, which is another reason why I like this transit, because essentially it feels like you're probably going to be very appreciated and seen and kind of like admired for your resources, for your talents. When I say resources, I mean like skills, very publicly. And this could also transform into more money for you in some shape or form. You could also potentially invest money in your career, your professional life, your reputation, or in an activity that feels very kind of like vocational somehow to you. 22nd, 23rd, 24th, potentially some of the best days of the month. We have 22nd, 23rd, Venus Cazimi in your house of career, a big kind of like moment to forge a partnership, a very kind of like successful time professionally, a time where you shine professionally, my dear Cancerians, but you shine also because of who you work with, who you collaborate with, who you have on your side. It could also feel like professional side, you're shining in the public space because of maybe a partnership that you're in your personal life. Maybe you're announcing the world that you're getting married, or that your relationship status is changing, or maybe that you're, I don't know, like entering a new chapter together with your partner. So all eyes are on you and on your relationships around this time. It is a time of tremendous inspiration and creativity in terms of plans for the future. 22nd, 23rd, Cancerians. It's a good time to also take note of who comes to you in the professional space, who kind of like reaches out and says, okay, let's work together. Do you want to join this community? Do you want to join this organization? Because this is probably going to be a source of tremendous success for you moving forward, Cancerians. Speaking of communities and organizations, I would also think about who do you need to join in order to achieve your goals? And you might have that aha moment around this time. 24th of March, Mercury Cazimi, great time, as I said, to make presentations, to hold speeches, to have interviews, and to share with the world your vision professionally. A great day for contract signing, for sales, and a great day to have clarity as to what is truly important to you professionally, where you want to go moving forward, maybe what you want to learn and what you need to learn moving forward. 29th of March, we've got another eclipse. Did you think we were done with the eclipses, Cancerians? No, not so fast. Not so fast. Big new beginnings this month, Cancerians. 29th of March, active week before week after, we have a solar eclipse in your house of career, public status, and public reputation. And Mars, the ruler of the eclipse, is in your first house. This is a tremendously important fresh start for you, Cancerians. The world is showing you, the world, the universe, the cosmos is showing you your new life direction, especially when it comes to your professional life, your career sector, it feels like there's a big new beginning on the horizon for you. Now, a solar eclipse is just the beginning, so it's the seed moment. So watch, kind of like be on the lookout, see what doors are opening up for you, because it does feel like there's a sense of a massive new door opening up for you, Cancerians, professionally. You might have that aha moment where you say, this is where I'm going to be putting my energy moving forward career-wise. You could be starting, some of you could be starting new businesses. Some of you could start new jobs. Some of you could say yes to new positions, to new roles. There's also a possibility, so leaving career aside, that this solar eclipse changes your identity somehow in the public space, in the public sector, in the public sphere. It could be because maybe you're stepping into a new role, potentially, a new role in your personal life. It could also be because the world sees a new side to you. You might be transforming your image in the world, the qualities, the words, the adjectives maybe that the world associates you with could be all new. They could have something really, really strong, like really important to do, really significant to do, also with maybe kind of like some sort of like change in like looks or approach to the physical body, or maybe the work that you've done on yourself physically, Cancerians. Going back to the career side of things, is it a good time to begin a new endeavor professionally? If you ask me, yes, even though Mercury is still retrograde and Venus is still retrograde, if this endeavor has been something that's been on your radar for a while, if this is something that you've been kind of keeping under wraps, if you've been postponing, if you've been kind of like, I don't know, like shaping it behind the scenes, and now you're kind of like finally revealing it to the world, then my answer is yes. Mars is trining Saturn, so it feels like you have some really strong support in whichever new direction you're headed towards. If you're starting a new job, a new career, maybe if you're stepping into a new sector, this could involve traveling. It could involve working with people who are based abroad. So it's a very exciting time. It is a time, however, that will require dramatic, tremendous, big, I mean, I cannot stress this enough, like a lot of courage from you, Cancerians. So I realize I'm a Cancer rising, so I realize there's a side to us that's actually very shy. There's no time for shyness. There's no, this is it. This is your time to shine. And Neptune's going to go into Aries 30th of March. You're not really going to feel this, Cancerians, unless this year especially. So Neptune's going to stay in Aries until the 22nd of October. You're not going to feel this transit initially unless you have planets or angles in cardinal signs between 0 to 2 degrees. Cardinal signs are Aries, Libra, Cancer, Capricorn. So if you don't have planets or angles around those points or around those degrees, don't worry about it just yet. But essentially, this is your preview, Cancerians, that the sector that you're active within professionally is going to be changing dramatically, drastically. There's going to be new dreams, new ideals, new aspirations within the industry, within the sector. And it could be really good to take note how that impacts your work, how that impacts your professional direction, how that impacts how you want to contribute to society. That's Cancerians. My dear Leos, Leo suns, and Leo risings. Give me 1 second. My lovely Leos, what's going on in March? It's such an eventful month astrologically. I cannot stress this enough. So I'm just going to start off with the beginning. I mean, always a good idea to kick things off with the beginning. 1st of March, Venus goes retrograde in Aries in your 9th house until the 27th of March, but Venus retrograde is not over. Venus is going to go into Pisces 27th of March until the 12th, 13th of April. Retrograde, because Venus is going to stay in Pisces until the end of April, so you need to keep that in mind. Things might slow down from the 1st of March until the 27th of March when it comes to any matters in your life of a legal nature. So if you are applying, I don't know, for a visa, for instance, There could be delays, there could be a sense of a little bit of frustration or of having to reach back out to people who you have been in touch with in the past, maybe having to like send them emails again, send them messages again. So things could slow down a little bit in that direction. You might also have to reconnect with some people that you've spoken to in the past, especially in a legal sphere, but maybe also when it comes to your academic path. You might need to revisit your academic path in general if you are involved in like education in any shape or form. Pretty much from the 1st of March until the 27th of March, ask yourselves, Leos, is this path still right for me? Do I still believe this is the right university for me? Do I still believe these are, I don't know, like the best teachers for me? Speaking of teachers, relationships with mentors, guides, teachers, people in the educational space could kind of like be a little bit hit and miss with Venus retrograde. So careful what you say, careful what words you use, and you might even want to reconsider who is a good mentor and who is not a good mentor for you. There is a chance you might have to travel to places that you have been to in the past, especially from the 1st of March until the 27th. I mean, I'm going to say pretty much until the end of the month, because second half of the month, Mercury is going to be retrograde in this part of your chart. So there's a lot of like having to revisit, rethink, reach back out to maybe people who are based abroad, or to go back to places who you've been to, where you've been to in the past. You might also need to revisit 1st of March until the 27th, your worldview and your life philosophy, your belief system, and see how it serves you or how it's no longer serving you. Your belief system, especially when it comes to professional matters, but maybe also when it comes to matters concerning networking, sales, commerce, communication in general, I'd say. I am going to put it out there. Venus does not like to be in Aries. Some people who you interact with might sometimes maybe like say the wrong thing or come across in the wrong manner to you from the 1st of March until the 27th, especially in a legal sphere, but maybe also in an educational sphere. Do take your time before you make a judgment on them, Leos, and do maybe double check that that's what they meant when they said something. Venus retrograde is going back into Pisces 27th of March until the end of retrograde, almost like mid-April. You might need to revisit topics such as joint assets, shared maybe bank accounts. This is a good time to revisit how much debt you have, because Venus actually likes to be in Pisces. So there is a possibility that you might clear out some debt. You might have the money to clear out some debt. Potentially you might get a bonus. I mean, speaking of bonuses, if you are waiting for a bonus, it could be a tiny little bit delayed, but when it does reach your bank account, it is probably significant. It could be, as I said, a good time to tackle credit card, to tackle debt, but also to revisit maybe financial matters that involve someone else, and to kind of like to lay them out on the table and to say, okay, are we still in alignment? Are we still in agreement? There's also a possibility that you might be able to, after some significant delay, you might be able to get some wins, some significant wins from existing investments. Now, obviously, this is not financial advice. Please take the advice of your financial advisor. You are completely responsible for what you do with your money, Leos. But yeah, it might feel like something that was, I don't know, like a dying investment is now starting to pay off, essentially, especially Leo risings. 2nd of March and 30th of March, Mercury conjunct Neptune. Confusion, distorted facts, conversations that are unclear, thought processes that are not super logical are the theme around this time. So I would be very careful 2nd of March and 30th of March when it comes to mental work, intellectual work, rational analysis, and conversations around money, especially, and around kind of like concrete matters. 2nd of March and 30th of March, however, are very, very good times to have heart-to-heart conversations about sensitive topics. These can be times when you talk to someone about something that is super sticky, something that is difficult to talk about, something that makes you or the other person feel vulnerable. And I do believe it can be a very healing process for both of you. It could also be a good idea to maybe make some sort of like donation either on the 2nd of March or on the 30th of March, or to just kind of think about whether you can help someone selflessly. It could actually be possible for them to help you, I'd say. So I would not necessarily hesitate in reaching out if you do need some help or support from someone, but it could also be the other way around. So someone might need your help, and it does feel like money could solve the problem. Mercury goes into Aries 3rd of March in your 9th house, so your mind is like super active. It's kind of like thinking about the big picture quite a lot. You might also be spending quite a bit of money 3rd of March until the end of the month on travel, education, legal matters, matters concerning foreign lands, foreign countries, or any sort of like involvement with foreign lands and foreign countries. Talks with people who are based abroad are the norm. Mercury retrograde, 2nd half of the month, is happening in this part of the chart. Mercury is actually retrograde 15th of March until the first week of April. But from the 15th of March until the 30th of March, the retrograde is in the 9th house. Then it's going into your 8th house. So 2nd half of the month, delays, postponements, changes of plans when it comes to travel. When it comes to legal matters, delays. When it comes to legal matters, maybe cancellations when it comes to, I don't know, showing up in court to like talk about something, or maybe having to submit papers of a legal nature once again. If you can't figure out why you haven't heard back from, I don't know, your lawyer regarding your visa, do make sure that you are kind of like at the very top of their inbox. Let's say it wouldn't hurt to reach back out to them. Conversations around legal matters might be going kind of like back and forth. There is a possibility that you might have to revisit legislation 2nd half of the month, Leos, and see how this impacts your money, how this impacts your budget, how this impacts. So there could be laws that are passed, for example, that impact how much you charge or how much tax you pay or things of this nature. And if you're traveling, I would certainly, generally during Mercury retrograde, just get, I don't know, like maybe travel insurance, or just be flexible with plans, because things might change. Things might change with the retrograde. 12th of March, Sun conjunct Saturn. It feels like you're somehow kind of like burdened by a financial matter, but at the same time, it also feels like if you do address it, this is like a big win. It feels like you're overcoming a big obstacle, a major obstacle if you do address this. This could also be a time when you feel like you have to make a major financial commitment to someone. 13th, 14th of March, active week before week after, we've got a full moon lunar eclipse activating your financial axis. It's happening in Virgo, the eclipse, and it's activating the 2nd house, 8th house axis. There's a lot of focus on money for you this month, Leos, but especially around the time of the eclipse. Now, whatever goes on around the eclipse might also play out fully, or you might see the full kind of like aftermath last week of May until the 9th of June. So do keep that in mind. This eclipse, to me, it feels like a turning point financially. Some of you could be letting go of an existing source of income. Some of you could be paying off a massive debt, which, I mean, that's great. That's good, isn't it? I mean, at least that's what I think. There could be a big lump sum of money that you need to pay, potentially in regards to maybe like debt or legal matters or educational matters. This could also be a time when you are revisiting your approach to money, finances, and you're revisiting your value system. And you might realize that some existing values that you have, not necessarily just around money, but in general, are not really serving you. They are contributing to maybe delays or blocks or stagnation or frustrations, essentially. Because this eclipse is happening with a south node, I mean, it's a time of power outage, as Judith Hill says. So I do believe that some money is exiting your bank account. I do believe that, however, you have some really strong support on your end. You have people that you can count on. Mercury is going to conjunct Venus at the time. So if you're deciding, I'm just going to give you an example. If you're deciding that you're going to go back to school to go for your PhD or something like that, you obviously might need to like talk to your partner if you have a partner and see how you're going to figure things out financially moving forward. But it does feel like you have strong support from a partner, and it doesn't just have to be a life partner. It could be a business partner, for instance, or it could be someone in work that supports you. Maybe like a boss who kind of like vouches for you and who advocated on your behalf to, I don't know, maybe get your degree on the company's money or something along those lines. I don't know if that's still like a thing. Maybe it is. It's also a turning point, this eclipse, Leos, when it comes to, well, I am going to say, shaking up the kind of like status quo of your life. Things are happening. You're looking at the world with new eyes. You're letting go of existing values. You're changing your mentalities. If you are with someone, there's shifts happening in the life of a partner as well. So don't be afraid to embrace kind of like a new approach to life. That's just my recommendation. The sun goes into Aries, 20th of March for the next month in your 9th house. You're ruled by the sun, especially the risings. This is great because the sun likes to be in Aries. So the sun is exalted in Aries. You are getting an infusion of confidence coming from kind of like the awareness that you now see things clearly. You're kind of like looking at the world. Your mentality has evolved. You have a new kind of like set of views. You're kind of like seeing what is actually like truly meaningful. You also seem to be kind of like receiving an infusion of like energy and vitality and power, because there's a strong sense of meaning kind of like pushing you forward in a certain direction. Certainly, it's also possible that you might be putting a lot of energy potentially and thinking a lot and kind of like throwing yourselves into matters connected with your education for the next month, but also connected with traveling, maybe international affairs, maybe legal matters. This is also a great time for kind of like self-promotion, Leos. 20th of March for the next month. 22nd, 23rd, 24th of March, some of the best days of the month. We've got a Venus Cazimi 22nd, 23rd, and a Mercury Cazimi 24th of March. Now, why do I say 22nd, 23rd? Because it obviously depends on your time zone, okay? But most people are going to feel this on the 22nd of March. If you're in Asia, actually, I think it's going to be on the 23rd. And even in the UK, like on the 23rd, but like roughly 1 a.m. in the morning, if I'm remembering correctly. Sun conjunct Venus, 22nd, 23rd of March, massive but big news, massive. I'm like, massive but big. I'm like, yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. Massive but powerful and positive news, my dear Leos, when it comes to your career, 22nd, 23rd, a sense of kind of like knowing what truly matters for you career-wise and professionally. Big partnerships coming together after maybe a lot of like back and forth, a lot of delays from a professional perspective. It's a great time to have important conversations of a legal nature. 22nd, 23rd, 24th, actually. It's a great time to think about how things would work out from a legal perspective, especially in your career sector. It almost feels like the law is somehow on your side. That's what you might be sensing, 22nd, 23rd, 24th. You might have some aha moments regarding what laws you can use to achieve your goals career-wise and how you can maybe tap into kind of like legislation or maybe tap into your connections with foreign lands and foreign countries in a very positive and productive manner for you. It's a great time, 22nd, 23rd, to go out, to socialize, to go to maybe, I don't know, like plays, like museums, events, and even to connect with people from the past. I feel like there could be kind of like new partnerships that are forged with people from the past, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, but especially 22nd, 23rd. 24th of March, Sun conjuncts Mercury. It's a great time to take an exam. It's a great time to travel. It's probably the best time to sign any sort of like legal kind of like paperwork. It is a great time to talk about money and to reach legal agreements around money. It's a great time to reconnect with friends, to reconnect with people from the past, to be active within a community, to attend a community event, to attend a group event, to like, it doesn't have to be professional necessarily, but if there is a professional side to it, it's probably going to prove very productive also from a financial perspective. 22nd, 23rd, 24th, also great times to maybe book trips, book like travels. If you have to travel, I would travel 22nd, 23rd, 24th, or at least make kind of like the payment or the reservation for the trip. Good days, very good days, very good days. I'm living the Kazimis. 27th of March, Venus goes back into Pisces. I did mention that. And if you thought that we were done with eclipse season, we are not. New moon solar eclipse, 29th of March, active week before, week after, in your 9th house of foreign lands and foreign countries and belief system and higher education. This eclipse is it is very wide sextile to Jupiter, but I am going to take note of the sextile to Jupiter, the great benefic. This is good. This is supportive. And Mars is the ruler of the eclipse. It's in your 12th house. So I feel like this is a great time, my dear Leos, when you're kind of like forging ahead. You're moving forward on a path that you strongly believe in. It could be a path that connects you with people from foreign lands, foreign countries. It could be an academic path. It could be a path of a maybe spiritual nature. You could be forging ahead in a new direction from a spiritual perspective. This solar eclipse could be a moment of illumination when it comes to your spiritual life, your religious life potentially. Maybe also when it comes to any sort of involvement that you have with legal institutions. But it also feels like this new beginning, belief system wise, spiritually, but maybe also legally, involves some sort of like letting go, some sort of a release, maybe of something that has hurt you or of something that hasn't worked out. And it feels like you could be cutting your losses. It feels like you're also aware of the ways in which you might have like sabotaged yourselves, Leos. So maybe it is a time of healing and a time of finding a new sense of purpose because you're healing, because you're letting go, because you're kind of like leaving in the past existing sources of like crisis or blocks, or you could also be walking away from situations that have kept you stuck somehow from a financial perspective. You could also be unburdened somehow by maybe a legal institution. You could be unburdened from a financial perspective. So I'm liking this. I am liking this eclipse. I would still, however, be aware of the fact that Mercury is going to conjunct Neptune again on the 30th of March. So take the time to read through anything that you've signed, to read through the terms and condition, like any sort of like legal agreement. Take the time to read through it very slowly, cautiously, carefully, and just be aware that if anything feels a bit diffuse in terms of information, if anything feels a little bit convoluted, you might be better off kind of like speaking up about it now so that you don't have to deal with the aftermath a little bit later, and you might beat yourself up in saying, oh God, I was like so eager to like sign, I was so eager to move forward with this that I didn't read the full kind of like terms and conditions. So just keep that in mind. And 30th of March, but you're not really going to feel this unless you have planets or angles around 0 to 2 degrees of cardinal signs. Neptune goes into Aries until the 22nd of October for now. So you're getting a little bit of a preview of how your existing life philosophy and belief system and worldview and kind of like philosophical perspective is going to change for like the next like good few years to come. There's kind of like new ideals coming into your life, new spiritual ideals, new philosophical ideals, and you're getting a massive taster of this 30th of March until the 22nd of October, especially if you have planets or angles in your chart around 0 to 2 degrees of Capricorn, Cancer, Libra, and Aries. And that is Leo. My dear Virgos, Virgo suns and Virgo risings. March of 2025. There is a lot going on in the sky, so let's kick it all off with probably one of the most important astrological events of the year, actually. Venus going retrograde. 1st of March, Venus is going to go retrograde in your 8th house, Virgos. Venus is the ruler of your 2nd house of income, as well as the ruler of your 9th house of legal matters, long distance traveling, belief system, and so on. Venus initially is going to be retrograde in Aries until the 27th of March, and then it's going to slide back into Pisces, where it's going to continue the rest of the retrograde until the 12th, 13th of April, depending on where you are based in the world. You might expect, Virgos, from the beginning of the month until the 27th of the month, matters connected with taxes, debts, joint finances, to take center stage. It feels like you have to revisit certain agreements that you have with people around some of these issues. So for example, you might have to, for instance, sit down with your partner, with your significant other, and talk about joint assets, talk about shared budgets, for instance, talk about how much each of you contributes to your joint bank account. Let's say the one that covers your I don't know, like communal kind of expenses, meals out, and things like that. You can also potentially experience some delays when it comes to maybe matters moving forward in relation to mortgages, loans. So if you have applied for a mortgage, if you've applied for a loan, there is a possibility that with a Venus retrograde, things might take longer than they were supposed to. Mercury is also actually going to be retrograde in this same part of your chart, second half of March. So do expect potentially to have the same conversations all over again, to submit paperwork that you have already submitted, to resubmit, I don't know, like documents, if you have applied for a loan, and so on. There's also a possibility that from the 1st of March until the 27th, there's a possibility that some sort of, maybe, I will call it potential source of crisis within the relationship with someone. It doesn't necessarily have to be with a romantic partner, although that is a possibility. It could be a romantic partner, but it could be an issue that's been challenging between you and your business partner. It might come back to the surface, so you might need to address it once again. Let's say. Now, the 8th house is also associated with intimacy, especially in modern astrology. In traditional astrology, it's more the 5th house, but I have seen intimacy and sex come up when the 8th house is activated. And this month for you Virgos, especially Virgo risings, it is heavily activated, the 8th house. So what can happen here? Essentially, there's a chance that someone who you've been involved with on an intimate level might pop back into your life. Someone who you've been involved with in the past, they might pop back into your life during the Venus retrograde, potentially throughout the whole of the Venus retrograde period, beginning of March until the 13th of April, but especially 1st of March until the 27th of March. Now, you do with this information what you want. So if you believe it's a good idea to pick back up where you left off, how should we call it? The liaison. I think that's the word. Up to you. Why not? Why not? But if it has been a challenging one, if it's been a tricky one, if it's been a sticky situation in the past, it's probably going to be the same now with the Venus retrograde. There's also a possibility that you might feel like people are a lot more demanding in their values being adhered to very, very, very strongly when it comes to the interactions with you, and when it comes to the dynamic that they have with you, my dear Virgos, especially from the 1st until the 27th of March. I do believe that people are a lot more accommodating and much more eager to meet you halfway. Even potentially the same people who you've had maybe a harder time reaching an agreement with from the 27th of March onwards until the 13th of April, with Venus going back into its sign of exaltation in Pisces. So if you feel like there's, I don't know, like an ongoing argument with someone, kind of like on and off with Venus retrograde, beginning of March, actually pretty much until the end of March, Venus going back into Pisces, Venus retrograde sliding back into Pisces may help. Very, very possibly. Very, very possibly. Now, I would also be very careful. I'm giving you, okay, so I am flagging the potential red flags, alas, with Venus retrograde. If someone comes to you with, I don't know, like an unbeatable, exceptional opportunity to invest in something during the Venus retrograde, actually pretty much throughout the whole of March, if I'm honest, because Venus is going to be retrograde and Mercury is going to be retrograde in the same part of your chart. If someone comes to you with this kind of like apparently exceptional opportunity to invest, I would tread very carefully, because once the retrogrades are over, Mercury, second week of April, the retrograde is over. Venus, 13th of April, 12th, 13th of April, the retrograde is over. You might realize that what appeared to be a fantastic opportunity is actually not something that you're very much into or interested in anymore, or it's not as lucrative as you thought it would be, or it doesn't function for you moving forward. Now, obviously, this is not financial advice. Please take the advice of your, I don't know, accountant, financial advisor, and so on. You are completely responsible for how you tap into your resources and how you spend your money, Virgos. Now, Venus going back in retrograde in Pisces, 27th of March until the 13th of April. I believe that this is a great time to get back on the good side of someone. So if you've been having like a hard time with someone in your life, if you've been experiencing challenges and difficulties within a relationship, not just within a romantic relationship, maybe in your relationship with an in-law, for example, or maybe in the relationship with, I don't know, your personal trainer. If you've been experiencing tough times, Venus going retrograde in Pisces can help you make up. Ultimately, there is also a possibility that you might be able to benefit financially, especially from working with former partners, former collaborators, maybe former clients, from the 27th of March until the 13th of April, especially because Venus is also the ruler of your house of income, Virgos. Now, I did mention Mercury retrograde, but before we go into the Mercury retrograde update, let's talk a little bit about what else Mercury is doing in the meantime. So 2nd of March, Mercury conjuncts Neptune in Pisces in the 7th house. Now, this could be a day of having some really maybe emotional conversations with people. If you're talking about facts and stats and data and numbers, remember that this is a day of confusion when it comes to these matters, these concrete kind of like intellectual, rational matters. Same goes for the 30th of March when Mercury is going to be conjunct Neptune again in the 7th house. So on the 2nd of March and on the 30th of March, and maybe also the days before, like one day before and one day after, it's a great time to listen. It's a great time to have a heart-to-heart. It's a great time to maybe connect on an emotional level in a conversation. It's a great time to empathize with people, but not a great time to speak business, for instance, or to talk facts. And if you are talking facts, not everything might be what it appears to be to start off with. So keep that in mind. Mercury goes into Aries on the 3rd of March, and on the 11th of March, it's going to conjunct Venus in the 8th house. I feel like this could be a day, like an important day of important talks, 11th of March, important talks about maybe transformation at work, maybe potentially crisis at work or crisis within your company or sector or industry. You could also have clarity as to how things will change moving forward for you, both professionally as well as financially. This can also be the time when you figure out whatever is causing strife or whatever is causing just a sort of like conflictual situation in your interaction with someone else. So you could have like a very honest conversation with someone else because you've also realized, it was because of this, I don't know, matter that we keep on bumping heads. As I've said, Mercury goes retrograde middle of March, 15th of March until the 7th of April. And initially it's going to go retrograde 15th of March, 30th of March in your 8th house. So remember, things can get lost in translation when it comes to, I don't know, you paying your taxes, you paying your debts. Maybe you need to like take a screenshot of the fact that you have paid your taxes in time, of the fact that you have, I don't know, like paid your debt in time. Do keep maybe records of any sort of like important papers that you might need further down the line. Maybe in a legal setup, I'd say, but also maybe in a professional setup. If you have to defend yourselves in any shape or form, my dear Virgos, it could be good to say, okay, this is what I did, and this is what the other person did, or this is what I was responsible for, and this is what another person was responsible for. And even if it feels like you might have to like throw someone else under the bus, I mean, it could be a matter of like either you or them. Now, it's probably not like a dramatic kind of like issue, but there is something going on potentially where you need to prove what you've done. And it would be good to kind of like have a track record of some sorts. Delays, misunderstandings, miscommunications, things kind of like being misplaced when it comes to financial matters, but also when it comes to joint assets, joint resources, joint kind of, I don't know, like properties or things like that. Mercury also rules you. So there is a possibility, my dear Virgos, that you may feel like you have to slow down, and rather than move forward with some of your plans professionally or some of your plans for your life, you first have to kind of like tie up loose ends, especially if they involve someone else from a financial perspective or from a material perspective. 13th, 14th of March, we've got an eclipse activating your first house, 7th house axis. Full moon lunar eclipse in Virgo, active week before, week after, 13th, 14th, the 14th and the 13th of March. You might feel the full aftermath of this eclipse also last week of May until the 9th of June. This eclipse is a turning point in your life. It is a turning point probably relationship-wise. It can be a turning point in terms of partnerships. Not just romantic. I have to really, really, really underline this, because otherwise people are going to say, oh, I'm not in a relationship, which is absolutely fair. And there's kind of like no issue here at all. But this particular lunar eclipse is kind of like putting the spotlight on you versus others, or you in collaboration with others, or you in a partnership with someone else. There is a chance that you may decide to no longer work with someone, or you might revisit an existing partnership, you might revisit an existing collaboration, an existing relationship. It's possible that this could happen also on the romantic front, but not just necessarily. This could also be the time when you have to talk money with a partner, a spouse, an advisor, a consultant, but maybe also with an adversary. Sometimes we forget, I mean, in life, we don't just have friends, we also have foes or adversaries. And this is a time when you might be put face to face with a foe, with an adversary, with your opposition in some shape or form. And it might actually feel like you have to give in. It might actually feel like you have to meet them halfway. It might actually feel like you have to agree to something that you're not necessarily 100% on board with, but in order to move forward with your life, you have to kind of like give them something. You have to like accommodate something that's important to them. There is also a possibility that you might decide to no longer keep someone in your life because their values are changing and they're no longer aligned with your values. And last but not least, there's also a possibility that you might feel like in order for a partnership to continue, either in your personal life or in your professional life, you might have to let go of an old attitude and maybe even an old way of looking at life. 19th of March, Sun conjunct Neptune in Pisces. This can be a time for healing within a relationship, but there can also be this sort of like feeling of having to, I don't know, maybe just like help someone selflessly, give in, save them, I want to say, to an extent. That is a possibility. The opposite is also potentially true. Someone else might kind of like step in and save you somehow, maybe from a kind of like metaphorical perspective. Sun goes into Aries 20th of March, so for the next month it's going to illuminate still the topics of like debts, taxes, shared resources, other people's money, other people's values, money that belongs to someone else. The sun does bring this sense of like illumination and clarity, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be fully done, fully kind of wrapped up with these issues immediately, just because with the retrogrades going on, with the post kind of like retrograde shadow period happening in April and May, after Venus is out of retrograde, after Mercury is out of retrograde, it's going to take a while for you to maybe disentangle some kind of like financial matters, let's say. The sun also illuminates the 8th house, which is a sector of change and transformation. So quite a few changes coming up in your life, Virgos, I want to say, throughout this eclipse season, especially since this year and pretty much next year as well, 2026. The eclipses that are happening in the sky are happening on the Virgo Pisces axis. So you are the ones that are the most in the spotlight. You Virgos and Pisces are the most in the spotlight. And eclipses bring endings and new beginnings. Speaking of new beginnings, there's going to be another eclipse at the end of the month. New moon solar eclipse, 29th of March, active week before, week after, in your 8th house. This is ruled by Mars in the 11th house of long-term goals and plans for the future for you, trining Saturn. Okay, so this is a fresh start for you, Virgos. In what direction? New moon solar eclipses generally bring massive new beginnings, right? So it can feel like finally, you're moving in a straightforward new direction when it comes to this sort of like convoluted, chaotic aspect of your life that involves someone else, Virgos. Maybe someone else's resources, someone else's money, someone else's values. You're finally moving forward with tremendous boldness, courage, and speed. You're moving together in the direction of your goals and dreams and plans for the future. It does feel like this is a time when transformation is the key word. Transformation of what your goals, plans, and dreams for the future look like. The good news is that you seem to have a strong partner on your side. It does feel like there's commitment from their end. There's commitment from your end as well. It feels like this is an eclipse that brings in transformation regarding the plans that you have together with someone else, especially a partner. It could be a life partner very much, but it could also be a business partner. This solar eclipse can also bring in money into your life, but it's someone else's, how should I put it? It's someone else's money, but it somehow seems to serve your goals. So maybe your partner is getting a raise, or maybe your partner is getting a new job, or maybe your partner is receiving a lump sum of money. So a lump sum of money could actually make its way to you around the time of this eclipse. But if you have a partner in your life, if you have a spouse, for example, it could be them. It could be especially through them that the money comes in. So maybe your partner is getting a massive, I don't know, like insurance payout for example, or like a significant, I don't know, like inheritance or something along those lines. And it feels like this money is going to help you build together the future that you want to build. I'm going to go a tiny little bit back in time, because I have addressed the eclipses, and the eclipses are probably the most important events of the month, along with the retrogrades. 22nd, 23rd, and 24th of March, probably some of my favorite days. 22nd, 23rd, we have a Venus cazimi. So finally, it feels like a relationship is moving forward after a tremendous kind of like feeling of like back and forth crisis, maybe financial kind of like conflict. It's finally moving forward. It feels like you're on the same page. It also feels like you're willing to agree to whatever an external party demands of you, especially from a financial perspective. And that actually kind of like frees up the path for both of you to move forward. 24th of March, Sun conjunct Mercury cazimi, a day of tremendous insight and illumination in terms of how your career is going to change, in terms of how your life is going to transform. It can be 22nd, 23rd, 24th, also a period of fabulous news concerning money financial matters, concerning investments, concerning loans, concerning mortgages. So if you do need to, I don't know, like apply for a mortgage or kind of like sign the papers or sign maybe the, I don't know, like purchase or like selling sales related documents, if you're like selling a house, for example, I really like the 24th of March. I mean, I would say I like the 22nd and the 23rd as well, but they are on a weekend. So alas, what can we do? Saying that, 22nd, 23rd, 24th are also very, very good days to enjoy a very kind of like close connection with someone that maybe has a physical element to it. I'm talking about intimacy here. Wink, wink. That is Virgos. My dear Libras, Libra suns and Libra risings. What's going on in March, Libras? Now, are you going to say, Rux, you are so predictable? Are you going to say that, Libras, if I tell you this month is going to be mostly about relationships for you? But I mean, the reality is that it's true. A lot is going to revolve around your relationship sector. So I might as well dive in. There is also a lot of focus on your work life. I will put it out there, on your work and on your health, but relationships are kind of like front and center. So give me 1 second. Venus rules your 8th house and your 1st house, and Mercury rules your 9th house and your 12th. Fabulous. So the month begins with a Venus retrograde, first of the month until actually the 13th of April. In some places until the 12th of April, depending on where you're based in the world. But you can remember, 1st of March, 13th of April, Venus retrograde. Venus is going to be retrograde initially in your house of relationships and then into your house of day-to-day work and health. Venus rules you, Libras, and it also rules your 8th house. So you can expect potentially maybe to be a little bit on the fence to be maybe indecisive, or to kind of like reevaluate, to have second thoughts, to review existing partnerships that you're in, that you're a part of. Throughout the entire duration of the Venus retrograde, there's a possibility that, however, the other person that you are in a partnership with, so it could be your work partner, but it could also be your life partner, they could revisit the relationship. They could say, yeah, you know what, things have been okay so far, or I've agreed to XYZ within the relationship, but no more. I'm no longer happy with this arrangement, even if it was potentially, to start off with, maybe a fulfilling arrangement, but alas, not anymore. How are you going to react to it, Libras? I feel like you might be a tiny bit frustrated, especially when the retrograde is happening in Aries from the 1st of the month until the 27th. When Venus goes into Pisces, 27th of March, and it's going to actually be there for the entire duration of April, I feel like you are much more willing to adjust, to adapt, to be flexible, to be mutable, Pisces, right? You're probably going to be much more willing to work on the relationship in order to please your partner, but not just because you want to please them, but because you actually just want the relationship to work, because it's a valuable relationship for you, essentially. So initially you might be like a tiny little bit frustrated, I'd say, if it's the other person coming in and saying, yeah, this doesn't cut it for me anymore. Relationships are probably going to hang in balance throughout the entire duration of Venus retrograde, Libras. I mean, you're probably one of the signs who's going to experience this in maybe some of the most kind of like literal sense of the manifestation of the energy. People from the past could come back into your life. Old partners, old flames, exes, and so on. I see the Venus retrograde as a good period to maybe get back on the same page, or to maybe get closure, or to maybe kind of like address any sort of like loose ends that could exist within a partnership, maybe anything that was kind of like left up in the air. But is it a good idea to get back with an ex during the Venus retrograde? I mean, I would never say never, but I would maybe at least wait for the retrograde to be over until you make a final, firm, long-term commitment. I have noticed in the past that if a relationship has been kind of like going through rougher kind of like times, if there have been issues within a relationship, Venus retrograde comes in and it kind of like breaks people up. I mean, it's not Venus breaking people up. It's kind of like the ongoing existing issues that are finally maybe no longer something that either one of you is willing to put up with. Now, I'm not saying that Venus retrograde in general means breakups, but for some people it can mean breakups if either party realizes, you know what, I'm done. Like this is not worth me kind of like putting my time into it anymore. However, once again, I would not be very kind of like firm and going either way during the retrograde, because once the retrograde is over, you might realize maybe I was a little bit in a rush, or I was a little bit too blunt, or something of that nature. Now, especially when the retrograde goes back into Venus into Pisces in your sixth house, 27th of March until the 13th of April, you could revisit old projects at work, maybe get back in touch with old clients, colleagues from the past or clients from the past might reach back to you. There's actually a possibility that they might even offer you a job or a project to work on. Is it worth considering? I believe so. I actually do believe it might be worth considering, but just putting that on your radar, it's going to be your choice to make. 2nd of March, Mercury conjunct Neptune and Pisces in the 6th house. Confusing conversations at work. I mean, it can be a day of tremendous inspiration at work, or when it comes to work-related matters. Imagination kind of like flows in, but it's not necessarily a day to work on like Excel spreadsheets, because mistakes might be made. Mercury goes into Aries 3rd of March. Until the 15th of March, Mercury is in direct motion. So from the 3rd until the 15th is actually a good time to speak up, to speak your mind, to kind of like to have important conversations with other people, especially conversations around matters connected with principles, matters connected with legal issues, but also matters that have been kind of like shoved under the rug. Let's say once Mercury goes retrograde. Initially, it's going to be retrograde mid-March until the end of March, until the 30th. It's going to be retrograde in your 7th house, so I would potentially expect maybe negotiations or conversations with someone to be delayed, to be postponed, maybe to be stagnant for a while. I would potentially expect misunderstandings in your interactions with others, especially if you're talking to people within a legal setup, or if you're talking to people who belong to a different culture. If you're, I don't know, like talking to colleagues who are based abroad, there could be misunderstandings due to, I don't know, like cultural differences and things of that nature. So do take your time to like explain things, and potentially also to double check with them to make sure that you've gotten the right message, because I mean, it's Mercury retrograde. It can be the trickster. It can play with our minds. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Sun conjunct Saturn on the 12th of March in your 6th house of day-to-day work. It feels like you have some like pretty hard work that you need to do on this day. It does feel like you have to use your sense of creative self-expression potentially. There's also a possibility that you might make some sort of a commitment within the workspace, maybe a commitment to a community, to an organization. And it feels like maybe some of the work that you're going to do as part of this commitment, it does feel like it's hard. It does feel like it's going to require long-term kind of like persistence and patience and discipline, but as long as it's aligned with your goals and as long as it's aligned with your values, I think that's absolutely fair. 13th, 14th of March, full moon, lunar eclipse in Virgo, activating your 12th house, 6th house axis. I mean, I believe some of you might leave your job around this time. Something could come to a close. Something could come to an end, job-wise, work-wise. Maybe there's changes within the team. There's changes within the structure of the team. Maybe some people are leaving your team out at work. It could be that a work project comes to a close, comes to an end, but it could also be that an existing professional partnership comes to an end. And alas, as a result, the work is coming to an end. It feels like you're not 100% on the same page potentially with someone that you work with, and as a result, it feels like you might need to kind of go your separate ways. This is also potentially a time of culmination, a moment of culmination when it comes to a health-related matter. Now, it feels like you might be receiving kind of like in a very clear, straightforward, very direct manner, the information of having to give up on something for your health, of having to give up on something that's been sabotaging your health. Now, it doesn't have to be like a toxic habit of some sorts. It doesn't have to be, oh, smoking. I mean, probably everyone should give up smoking, but hey, who am I to give advice? I'm no one. I'm literally nobody. Everything has its role. Everyone has their own like lessons. Everyone needs to have their own experiences, but it's just an example. Anyway, so you might need to give up on something. It could be overworking. It could be, I don't know, spreading yourselves too thin, Libras. It could be not getting enough sleep, for instance. It could be a lot of things. In any case, it feels like someone from the outside is telling you, it could be a doctor, yeah, you got to quit this because it ain't cutting it anymore. So do be aware of that. This could also be the time when you have like a really important conversation about a matter that's been brewing under the surface. It could be a conversation that you have with a work colleague, with a partner, with a business partner, with a client. They might tell you, however, this has been going on under the surface. Maybe they've found it hard to, I don't know, break the news to you, but now they're finally telling you, I don't know, they're moving to someone to like another company and they're no longer going to work with you, or they no longer require your services. So that's a possibility. Sun goes into Aries, 20th of March. For the next month, the sun is going to illuminate, you guessed it, your relationship sector and your partnership sector, but also it may actually give a little bit of extra stamina to your adversaries. I have to mention adversaries, which is why, if you ask me, if you are in any sort of like, kind of like oppositional setup, if you are involved in any sort of like trial, for instance, I would remember that your opponent has a lot of energy, a lot of confidence, and they're receiving a boost 20th of March for the next month from the sun. So what would you do with that information? For instance, you might kind of like push harder for some sort of a compromise, for some sort of a deal, for some sort of an agreement, okay? At the same time, there can also be a lot of clarity that you're getting over what has a future and what doesn't have a future when it comes to relationships in your life, not just romantic, but also business partnerships. 22nd of March, 23rd of March, and the 24th are probably my favorite days in March, because we've got initially on the 22nd, 23rd, a Venus Cazimi, and then on the 24th, a Mercury Cazimi in your 7th house. So if you need to have important conversations, important talks, if you need to reach agreements with a partner or an adversary, or like a business partner, or maybe even a friend, or if you need to reach an agreement with a community, a group of people, a tribe of some sorts, I like the 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. If you need to maybe kind of like make a presentation or lobby in front of a community in some shape or form, I would also choose one of these days, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. 22nd, 23rd can also be very romantic days, so it could be a great time to go out on a date, to say yes to a romantic invitation. 24th of March is a great day to sign papers. It's also a great day to maybe, I don't know, like apply for like some sort of an educational program, for instance. I'm liking the 24th also when it comes to traveling, when it comes to maybe booking tickets, or maybe when it comes to any sort of like cultural matters. So if you want to attend any sort of cultural event or any actually social events, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th are fabulous days. So do keep that in mind. 29th of March, we've got another eclipse. If you thought we were done with the eclipses, nope, we are not done. 29th of March, active week before week after, we've got a new moon solar eclipse in your 7th house. Fresh start, new beginning when it comes to your partnership sector, but especially when it comes to partnerships within the professional sphere. So this could be the time when you reach some sort of an agreement with an important client, maybe you sign an important client, maybe you reach some sort of an important deal, and it does feel like it's something that you're going to work on for the long term. That's going to require maybe consistency and patience and discipline and commitment from both parties. It also feels like maybe you've got a very strong ally on your side around this time, someone who can help you achieve your career goals, maybe also someone who can help you achieve your professional and health related goals. I mean, I realize career and profession is pretty much the same thing. Maybe someone who can help you achieve your vocational goals. I think that's what I was trying to say, because vocation is many times it's the same thing with profession, but not always. Not always. I mean, vocation is much more of a broader concept. You could also team up with someone who maybe initially was a competitor. I will say, it feels like you can turn the competition around at this point in time and turn like an enemy into an ally. 30th of March, Mercury conjuncts Neptune once again in your 6th house. So do be careful what you say in a work environment. And you could be a little bit, like your mind could be a little bit all over the place. It could be a little bit scattered. If you are taking any sort of like, if you're getting any tests health-wise, the results could be wrong or inconclusive or mistaken around the 30th of March. So you might need to retake them. And last but not least, Neptune goes into Aries from the 30th of March until the 22nd of October. You're not going to feel this unless you've got planets or angles between 0 to 2 degrees of Aries, Libra, Cancer, and Capricorn, the cardinal signs, right? What I can tell you is that you're getting a tiny bit of a preview 30th of March until the 22nd of October of what you're going to have to release or let go of when it comes to your approach to relationships, or how your existing partnerships are kind of like going through a period of like surrendering and going with the flow and maybe bringing in new ideals in some shape or form. Libras. My dear Scorpios, Scorpio suns and Scorpio risings. March of 2025, what does it have in store for you, Scorpios? Well, I can tell you that you do have a lot on your plate at work. There's a lot going on in your work sector, actually. But there's also quite a bit going on in your romantic life, and if you have kids, in the life of children. So let's start off with the beginning. 1st of March, 1st, 2nd of March. It depends on where you're based in the world, but 1st of March for most people until the 12th or the 13th of April. Again, it depends on where you're based in the world. Venus is going to go retrograde. Venus initially is going to go retrograde in your house of day-to-day work from the 1st of March until the 27th. So you can potentially expect to maybe have to reconnect with people who you've worked with in the past, maybe have to revisit old work projects. There can be some ups and downs, maybe some issues, potentially some difficulties in certain work relationships where it may feel like you have to kind of like go back over the existing agreement or go back over the initial dynamic and say, okay, is this functional? Is this feasible? Does this work in the long term? There's also a possibility that you might feel like potentially some things are coming to the surface in the workspace. Some things that maybe have been going on behind the scenes for a while, but you're only now kind of picking them up, or they're only now 100% visible. Not all of these issues that have been unfolding behind the scenes are making you happy. Some of them could potentially interfere with the way that you've done your job so far. So there could be maybe mistakes that you discover that other people made, maybe that colleagues made. So I do want to put that on your radar. You might revisit from the beginning of the month until maybe the last week of March, very, very likely, Scorpios. Also the relationship with anyone who you work with in your health sector. So your relationship with your, I don't know, doctor, holistic practitioner, chiropractor, osteopath, coach, personal trainer, etc. You might decide during the retrograde that some relationships in this space are no longer aligned with your goals in this direction. There's also a possibility that you might go back to someone who you've worked with in the past. So you might contact once again your like old personal trainer and say, you know what, this is the year. Let's make it happen. I have some big goals from a fitness perspective, essentially. The retrograde is gonna also happen in Pisces from the 27th of March until the 13th of April. Venus likes being in Pisces. So you might actually feel like you're in a tiny little bit of a bubble with someone who maybe you've been romantically involved with, or if you have a partner already, it could feel like maybe you're going back to doing some things together that you haven't done for a long time. There is a possibility that you might hear back from partners from the past, from exes. There is a possibility that maybe an old crush might come back into your life, and maybe now it feels like a good idea to give them a shot, to give them a chance. I want to say that it can be a very romantic time, a very enjoyable time, a very pleasant time that you're experiencing, Scorpios, especially Scorpio risings, from the 27th of March until the 13th of April. But I would be also aware of the fact that once the kind of like the fantasy, the kind of like the dreamlike quality of Venus retrograde in Pisces, once this is dispelled, or once it kind of like lifts off, you know, like a gentle fog in April, you might look at this person and say, I don't really see myself having a future with you, so thank you, but it's time to move. It's time to move on. This part of the Venus retrograde can also manifest as you feeling pulled to revisit old creative projects, maybe also old passions, old hobbies, activities that used to keep you very kind of like entertained in the past. And to be fair, you might rediscover them, or you might look at them with new eyes and say, oh wow, now I realize why I was so much into, I don't know, like DJing for example, or taking photography. It's a very Piscean thing to do, okay? 2nd of March and 30th of March, Mercury is going to conjunct Neptune in Pisces in the 5th house. A day of, well, 2 days actually, 2nd of March and 30th of March, 2 days of maybe connecting with someone on a deep, profound level, maybe a romantic partner, or maybe with a child. If you have children, you might connect with them through like a very deep, maybe very vulnerable conversation. Let's say you might have a heart-to-heart. You might also be very inspired on both of these days, both on the 2nd of March and on the 30th of March, especially if you are involved in any sort of creative projects. It could feel like your imagination is very kind of like in tune with the world of like ideas, and with your kind of like speech centers, and with your rational mind. And it's almost as if your imagination is pouring information into your rational centers. And it's a great, like, these are 2 days for like brainstorming. They're great. They're fantastic. They're great days to compose music. They're great days to express yourselves, Scorpios, through an artistic outlet, let's say. What these 2 days are not great for, 2nd of March and the 30th, they're not great when it comes to trusting someone's words in a romantic setup 100%, especially if you don't have a history with them. I'm just going to put it out there. Mercury and Neptune together could mean lies, or could distort the facts. The facts are incomplete. They are distorted. They're not clear. So if you're going out on a date on the 2nd of March, let's say, you're going out with someone, they seem like a good, like a good person on the surface, and then they kind of like start telling you a story about, I don't know, their family and whatnot. If it feels far-fetched, it's probably far-fetched. And I know that you have a very strong BS detector, Scorpios. Nevertheless, sometimes we can all fall for a good story. So careful what stories you fall for on the 2nd of March and on the 30th of March. 3rd of March, Mercury goes into Aries in your house of day-to-day work. It's going to stay there until the end of the month, actually. So your mind is very focused on work, on health, a lot of important conversations. Mercury is going to be retrograde in this part of your chart, 15th of March until the 30th of March. The retrograde is actually going to end on the 7th of April, but then Mercury goes into Pisces on the 30th of March. Essentially, I would be aware of the fact that there can be misunderstandings, miscalculations, miscommunications, maybe messages that don't land properly in the workspace in the second half of March. So make sure that, for instance, you've hit sent. That's what I was about to say. And I said, you sit. Make sure, Scorpios, that you hit send on that important email that you were meant to send to someone, because with Mercury retrograde, maybe it's sitting in your outbox and it never landed, or maybe it landed in the person's spam folder. I would also be careful not to be too quick with words at work second half of March, because you might jump to the wrong conclusions. Or it's possible that people that you work with might jump to the wrong conclusions, and they might be too quick with words and too impulsive and kind of like sharing their opinions. Don't take it personally. It can lead to conflicts, and make sure that everyone's on the same page when it comes to like stats, data, numbers, and things like that. I mean, the trickster can play games a little bit, and people might be like really adamant about something and then realize, oh my God, I was working with the kind of like incorrect numbers. Going a little bit back in time, I am liking very much the 8th of March. I do have to flag this as a nice day. You might also feel it the day before and the day after, but especially on the 8th of March, the Sun trines Mars. This is a great time to have fun, maybe to go on a trip, to book a trip, to have fun with, with quite a few people, or types of people, let's say, to have fun with maybe a parent, or to have fun with someone that you work with, or to have fun with someone who you see as maybe like a mentor or a guide or a teacher. In any case, you seem to feel also very inspired on this day, and it's a good day to listen to your instinct, to listen to your gut, to listen to your intuition, and take action accordingly. Now, 13th, 14th of March. Active week before week after, we've got a full moon lunar eclipse happening in Virgo, activating your 11th house, 5th house axis. Something is coming to a close, to a culminating point when it comes to maybe a collaborative project, maybe when it comes to a creative project that you've been working on together with a team, together with a group of people. This could be coming to a close, to a halt. There is a chance that maybe an existing group of people that you're a part of is no longer going to look the same moving forward. So for instance, if you're a part of, I don't know, some sort of professional organization, maybe the organization is no longer going to operate as it has operated so far. So maybe you hear news of it's being, I don't know, dismantled. This could be a time maybe when you go out for maybe like a social event together with the people that you work with, because some folks are leaving your workplace. Maybe it's their leaving drinks or something like that. So a team that you're a part of as you know it seems to be going through a shift. Friends might have news for you. They might have news of their life changing, and potentially you might realize, oh God, I'm going to spend less time with this person. Why? I don't know. Their life is shifting. They've got big news, or maybe they've taken on a new job. It's going to involve a lot of traveling, so it can feel a little bit bittersweet. This can also be a time when you complete a goal, you fulfill a goal, but it also feels like maybe the goal doesn't necessarily fully come to fruition in the way that you had envisaged it. Maybe it's also good to say, okay, I've gone as far as I could have gone in order to achieve this target, but now I need to either set new goals, or I need to bring someone else on board to help me work on my targets moving forward. If you have kids, potentially your kid or one of your children, because maybe you have multiple children, one of your children is kind of like leaving or exiting a community or a group of people that they're a part of. Maybe they are graduating. Maybe they're kind of like moving up in terms of, I don't know, like from primary school to secondary school, and they're saying goodbye to their friends or something along those lines. It can be a time when you maybe even like celebrate something, but it does feel like a tad bittersweet. Whatever happens, it does look like you are also becoming much more aware of, at this time, Scorpios, of something that's going to require your commitment. It could be something connected with kids, with a passion, with a hobby, with a creative project. And also, as a result, you're probably going to be spending less time with your peers or less time within a specific group of people. 19th of March, Sun conjunct Neptune and Pisces in the 5th house, like a very romantic day, a very romantic time, and a time of tremendous, of like dramatic inspiration. I wanna say, in the best of ways. In the best of ways, maybe you have an aha moment. You have this sort of like vision. You are like inspired when it comes to your career, when it comes to your professional path. You seem to be able to dream big. You seem to kind of like receive maybe even like divine inspiration around this time. Or if, let's say, you're meditating, you could kind of like get some sort of answer from beyond the 3D. In any case, it feels like a godsend to an extent. So I like this. I like the 19th of March. 20th of March, Aries season starts. And for you, Scorpios, Aries, especially Scorpio risings, Aries in the whole sign house system activates your house of day-to-day work and health. So what I can tell you is the next month, you're going to be very invested when it comes to your day-to-day life, in your work and in your health. So you're very busy. The sun does give you kind of like extra energy. It gives you a boost. It gives you vitality. Nevertheless, expect very packed days, Scorpios, for the next month. 22nd, 23rd, and 24th of March, two of my favorite days. Three of my favorite days. I know how to count, I promise. Why? So 22nd, 23rd, the sun conjuncts Venus. You could have some sort of a creative idea in regards to how to solve something at work, or how to address maybe an issue of a point of contention at work, maybe how to address a kind of like sticky situation at work that involves maybe a colleague or maybe a client or someone who you've had a hard time reaching an agreement with. This could also be the time when you realize, okay, this is who I need to work with in order to achieve my work goals and my health-related goals. You could actually also see some really good results 22nd, 23rd of March when it comes to your health. If you've been focused on your health since maybe like February, you could feel maybe a sense of like appreciation for what you have accomplished. And it's possible that others might say, oh, wow, like I can tell the difference. I don't know, like your skin is glowing, your like muscles are pumping. I don't know. But in any case, it could feel like someone from the outside also appreciates the hard work that you've been putting into something. You might also be able to help someone to be of service to them in a very practical way with a matter that they just couldn't wrap their head around. And you seem to be very appreciated and proud as a result of being able to do this. 24th of March, Sun conjuncts Mercury. Very good news coming to you from work, but also maybe some positive news connected with your health. So if you've been making adjustments, it looks like the good news continues. If you've been waiting for news concerning a job or concerning your day-to-day work, you're probably going to get it. This is also a great day to have an interview, to sign like an employment contract. I like these days very, 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 very much. It could also feel like if things are changing in the workplace, they're somehow changing in your favor. Now, I'm inclined to believe that things are indeed changing in the workplace for you, Scorpios, because we're going to have a new moon solar eclipse, 29th of March, active week before, week after, in your house of day-to-day work and health, ruled by Mars trining Saturn. So some people around the time of this eclipse could say yes to a new job, or they could be offered a new job, or there could be some dramatic changes in the day-to-day work life that you're engaged in that almost make you feel, Scorpios, like you've got a new job. So even if you're not like moving to a different company or starting a new job on paper, what your day-to-day looks like may feel very, very different. Maybe you're going to work with different people. Maybe you're going to travel more for your work. Maybe you need to start learning something new for your work. Maybe you're in charge of the team at work. This eclipse can also bring a very exciting project work-wise. A project that's going to broaden your horizons, that may involve traveling or physically being away from the office, or from kind of like the normal headquarters of your employment. It's also possible that this new work project brings in an opportunity for you to tap into your creative talents a lot more and to channel them and to give them shape, I'd say. This could also be a time when you commit to a completely new approach when it comes to your health related habits. So you might commit to new habits. You might say, okay, I'm doing this, I'm sticking to it. It could be something that you do for the sake of, I don't know, maybe your kids, because you want to set a good example, or if you found out that you're pregnant or something like that, you might say, okay, good, I'm like cutting out sugar or like things of this nature. It also feels like you could be bringing into your day-to-day work more of what you enjoy doing, almost as a passion, as a hobby, as a pastime. Last but not least, 30th of March, Neptune goes into Aries. You're not going to feel this, Scorpios, unless you have initially planets or angles you're not going to feel this transit this year unless you have planets or angles or important points around 0 to 2 degrees of cardinal signs. So Aries, Libra, Cancer, and Capricorn. And I'm obviously talking about your entire natal chart, Scorpios. So if you don't know what that looks like, you can ignore what I've just said. But in a nutshell, from the 30th of March until the 22nd of October, Scorpios, you're getting a bit of a preview as to how your work life is going to change over the next good few years, and what it is that you need to release and let go of in terms of what has been on your to-do list so far work-wise, how you've done your job so far work-wise, how you've been of service in a practical way so far work-wise. Also, you're getting a preview of what you need to let go of when it comes to daily habits. New kind of like dreams and new ideals are coming into your work space and also into your health space as well. So you might kind of like have greater aspirations, let's say, moving forward in this direction. And that is Scorpios. My dear Sagittarius suns and Sagittarius risings. March of 2025. What does it have in store for you? Well, the month begins with one of the two really important retrogrades happening in 2025. Venus goes retrograde in your 5th house of love, romance, fun, entertainment, enjoyment. The 5th house is also the house of children. Venus is going to also slide back during the retrograde in your 4th house of home in Pisces. Venus is also the ruler of your house of day-to-day work and health, and the ruler of your 11th house of long-term goals, plans for the future, and communities, organizations that you might be involved with. Now, I can tell you this, Sagittarians. This month, I would arm myself with quite a bit of patience when it comes to interacting with the following types of people. When it comes to interacting with your children, if you have kids, when it comes to interacting with potential romantic partners or existing romantic partners, not just potential, when it comes to interacting with friends or with work colleagues, and also when you have anything to do with health practitioners in any shape or form. So relationships with these kinds of people, and I know these are quite a few people. Oh, I forgot family members. I mean, I mentioned children, but I'm going to include family members as well. So relationships with these people may potentially experience some challenges, some difficulties, or might go through a process of reevaluation. You might also have to deal with issues that you've dealt with in the past when it comes to interactions with these kinds of people. So what can you expect essentially? From the beginning of March all the way until the 27th of March, there is a possibility that maybe relationships with children are a little bit rockier than usual, or maybe you experience a source of kind of like frustration when it comes to interacting with your kids that you thought you had dealt with, that you thought you had tackled. There's a possibility that your kids could be frustrated with you, and maybe it's because of something that happened in the past, or maybe it's because of something that they've been holding on to and now they're expressing that. There's also a possibility that from the beginning of March until the 27th, creative projects might slow down, or you might have to revisit existing creative projects. You might also have to revisit how you work with any people who you collaborate with from a creative perspective. So things may not necessarily function in the way that they have functioned so far. Some collaborations on the creative front might be tested and some of them might not make it. There is a possibility. But I wouldn't say that the retrograde is sufficient for that. It may be that there have been issues kind of like brewing under the surface for some time, and now they're finally coming to the surface, and one of the parties involved makes a decision, I'd say. Also, from the beginning of the month until the 27th, you may have to address potentially some health-related issues that children are dealing with. Again, I'm talking to people who have kids here. From the 27th of March until the 13th of April, a family member could experience a return to an old health-related issue. Now, it is surmountable. Like even with children, I mean, a lot of things, most things in life are surmountable, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to be kind of like front and center of your mind. That doesn't mean that it's not going to potentially take up a lot of mental space, let's say. I would potentially be prepared to put on hold or to expect delays or to expect a postponement of some sorts. Also, when it comes to moving forward with your plans and goals for the future, in March, Sagittarius, all the way, if you ask me, probably all the way until the middle of April. Just because I repeat, Venus also rules your 11th house. There is a possibility that you might reconnect from the beginning of the month all the way until the 12th, 13th of April. You might reconnect with people from the past, with old friends, with people who you haven't seen in a long time. So that can be the more enjoyable side of the Venus retrograde. If any friendship has suffered in the past, it could be a good idea to reach out to someone, or you could be surprised to see that this friend who maybe you had, I don't know, like a conflict with, they reach back out to you. So there's a lot going on when it comes to interactions with others, and there's a lot of potentially having to tie up loose ends and to review whether some relationships are worth investing in or not really. And if they are, then maybe someone needs to make amends. Maybe it's you, maybe it's the other person, but someone might need to make amends. Mercury is also retrograde this month, Sagittarius. I mean, Mercury is also a very important planet for you. Why? Especially if you're a Sagittarius rising. Mercury rules your house of relationships, of partnerships, of collaborations, of marriage, if you are married. And the 10th house, which is the house of career, public status, and public reputation. Now, Mercury is going to go retrograde from the 15th of March all the way until the 7th of April. So I would potentially expect delays, postponements, potential cancellations, or maybe even a feeling of frustration at the fact that things are possibly a little bit stagnant when it comes to the evolution of your career, especially when it comes to creative projects. There is a possibility also that in April, but we're going to talk about that obviously next month. So from the 30th of March until the 7th of April, you might have to put some work projects on hold because you have to attend to family related matters. There's also a possibility that you could maybe work with a family member, especially from the 30th of March until the 7th of April on, you could work on some sort of a professional project. Maybe you're helping them, maybe they're helping you. So that is also very, very possible. I have to tell you, Sagittarians, second half of the month of March, communication with children. I am going to mention children once again, and also with romantic partners, but also with partners in general. So it can be in the professional space. Communication may not necessarily be that straightforward. So it can be a little bit bumpy. It can be a little bit rocky sometimes. You might need to clarify things. You might need to make sure that you are on the same page with your business partner, let's say, and second half of the month, especially for those of you who are in a relationship, there is a possibility that your partner might be a lot more vocal about whatever makes them happy, whatever is important to them, whatever their goals might be. Your partner might also have some matters that they need to take care of probably connected with their career, and as a result they might need to lean on you a lot more when it comes to taking care of the house and kind of like looking after domestic matters. Ultimately, Sagittarians, I am going to say this: whatever you're involved with professionally, and whoever you're involved with also, from a collaboration perspective or from a relationship perspective, not just romantically, but in general, when it comes to collaborations, I would expect things to kind of like be a little bit hit and miss in March. And I would expect maybe drawn out conversations, negotiations, having to, I don't know, like place things a little bit on hold because people are not maybe delivering on time, or they're unable to move forward with collaborations as you thought they would be able to move forward with. So don't say that I haven't told you about it. Now, is there I know that I've mentioned potentially some of the more challenging aspects of the retrogrades. Is there anything good coming up with the retrogrades? Well, yes. I mean, I feel like you can have a lot more fun this month than you had thought you would have, essentially because maybe there's little that you can do to influence things moving forward career-wise, or when it comes to other people's involvement in your life. So you might as well just kind of like enjoy life, have fun, maybe like spend time with family, maybe reconnect with people from the past, reconnect with friends. So I do believe that you can do a lot of that. Now I'm going to go a little bit back in time. I've addressed the retrogrades, which are incredibly important this month. I'm going to go a little bit back in time and carry on with mentioning the most important dates of March. 2nd of March, Mercury conjuncts Neptune in Pisces. This is actually a really good day to have a heart-to-heart conversation with a family member or with your significant other. It does feel like someone might be struggling a little bit at home. Maybe it's a parent, maybe it's your spouse, if you have a spouse. They seem to be a little bit confused, maybe and lost when it comes to having a clear sense of direction. So it might not hurt to sit down with them and maybe, I don't know, give them a little bit of a pep talk, give them a little bit of a boost. 30th of March, we actually have the same aspect. Mercury conjuncts Neptune again in the 4th house of home, family, and living situation. I feel like, again, this could be a time of very kind of like emotionally impactful conversations. It can be a good time to listen to someone. It can be a good time actually to have someone listen to you if you want to get something off your chest. I feel like you can also help someone, like a parent, a family member in general. It doesn't have to be a parent. It could be your sibling. You can help them selflessly, maybe with some sort of like moral or kind of like mental support. 2nd of March and 30th of March, however, they're not necessarily great days when it comes to signing contracts. When it comes to maybe doing very kind of analytical, intellectual work, because the mind is kind of like going through a process of diffusion of energies, 2nd of March and 30th of March, and maybe also the day before and the day after, just as an FYI. 3rd of March, Mercury goes into Aries, and as I've mentioned, 15th of March, it goes retrograde in this part of the chart. 8th of March is actually a really nice day. The Sun trines Mars. This feels like some sort of a win at home. I wanna say, Sagittarians, or in your private life. It feels like maybe you have overcome, or you feel really confident that you have overcome some sort of a crisis, maybe in your personal life. Maybe it's been a financial crisis. Maybe it's a crisis connected with debt, with taxes. Maybe it's a crisis connected with a family member or a parent going through a challenging time. I mean, obviously, like, parents are family members, so. But essentially, it feels like a crisis that had a very significant impact emotionally on you and the family. It's over. I mean, it's like things are moving forward, full speed ahead. You're very confident that this is the right path. So I'm liking it. This is also actually a really nice time to maybe give someone kind of like a mood booster, let's say, by being present in their life, by helping them maybe, or by holding space for them from an emotional perspective, or by generally encouraging them. I'd say that's maybe the most important thing that they need. They might need a tiny little bit of extra courage, Sagittarians. 11th of March, Mercury conjunct Venus. This could actually be a time when you figure out how to creatively maybe express something in a professional setup. You do seem to be brimming with creative ideas that are somehow kind of like unique, original, and unconventional when it comes to your work on this day. 12th of March, Sun conjunct Saturn. This might feel like a time when you are very, very aware of the duties, the responsibilities that you have towards your family, towards maybe your siblings, your parents. So it can be a little bit of a heavy day in that regards. 13th, 14th of March. Active week before week after, we have a full moon lunar eclipse. Probably one of the most important events of the month and of the year. I mean, I know there's like so much going on in March. A lot of it is important. All of it is important. But the eclipse is definitely one of the most important events. So this full moon lunar eclipse activates your 10th house, 4th house axis. So the axis of career versus home life, public life versus private life. It is a lunar eclipse, which means that you might be releasing, you might be letting go something in the professional space or in the public space. So some of you could be walking away from an existing maybe role, job, position. Some of you could be walking away from an industry as you know it, or from a company that you've grown within, that you've grown up with potentially. Some of you could be saying goodbye to a sector altogether. You could also be very aware of the fact that the industry that you've activated in professionally so far is going through dramatic changes. There's also a possibility that you could be sharing with the world, so announcing publicly a change in status somehow, a change in status that involves you leaving behind an old role. Maybe, I mean, some people could, I don't know, announce that they're moving away from a partnership, for example. You could also maybe make a big announcement in terms of change of status that has something to do with the fact that, I don't know, some of you could become parents, let's say. It feels like your career is shifting, your public life is shifting, because there's going to be more focus on your private life, your home life, and your family life. There is a possibility that you could also be saying goodbye to part of your status and your reputation in the world, because you are focused on building something in your private life. The eclipse is in a nice aspect to Uranus, so I feel like there's a big part of you that is somehow very happy with feeling free and liberated from something that is no longer aligned with you. This is not necessarily the time to grow your career. This is a time to grow whatever makes you happy in private, I'd say. Whatever it is that you are saying goodbye to in your professional life, but also in your public life, it does seem to be very strongly motivated by the fact that you have much stronger awareness of what makes you happy. So there you have it. 19th of March, Sun conjunct Neptune in Pisces in your 4th house of home, a very emotional time at home. Maybe it feels like you need to sacrifice yourself in some shape or form at home. Maybe there is a sense of dealing with some sort of maybe family related loss, I'd say. Now, this is not mandatory to be connected with, I don't know, like someone like leaving the home or anything like that, but it could be very, very prominent, the feeling, the energy of having to kind of like accept and to surrender to the direction in which the tide takes you, and that direction does seem to involve a letting go of some sorts. Sun enters Aries 20th of March. It's going to illuminate your 5th house of fun, enjoyment, entertainment, love, creativity for the next month. So do expect a lot of energy to be kind of like placed in this direction, and do actually expect to have a lot of fun. I did mention that for the next month. 22nd, 23rd, and 24th of March are probably 3 of my favorite days in March. So 22nd, 23rd, we have a Venus cazimi in your 5th house, a very romantic time, a very creative time, a time of success and of clarity when it comes to romance, but also when it comes to creative projects, and a moment of major clarity also in terms of what makes you happy, in terms of job, but also when it comes to your goals and plans for the future. I'd say 24th of March, great day to sign contracts professionally, but also great day to have a creative brainstorm, great day to write down your creative ideas, great day to pitch your creative ideas in a professional setup. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. 29th of March, we've got another eclipse. If you thought we were done with the eclipses, we are not done. We have a new and solar eclipse. So a new beginning, a fresh start, a major fresh start actually in your 5th house, ruled by Mars in the 8th house, trining Saturn. So this is a big one. For some people, this could mean major kind of like new beginnings concerning children. Some people might hear news of pregnancy. Some people might experience, especially if they have kids, this sort of like aha moment where they see their child entering an important new chapter in their life. Some people could experience a fresh start when it comes to romance. That is actually a very strong possibility. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be with a new person. It can be with an existing person. It could be with someone that has been in your life for a while, but it feels like your romantic life is getting a reset. It's getting like a new lease of life. And it does seem to be kind of like overcoming, once again, maybe a source of like frustration or crisis, or overcoming some sort of obstacle. New beginning that also seems to involve some sort of transformation at home, or in your home life, in your private life, in your family life, in your living situation. This new beginning puts the spotlight very much on what makes you happy, on a new creative vision, on your passions, your hobbies, on fun, on entertainment. So you seem to kind of like changing things up also at home to make them a lot more aligned with what brings a sense of joy, Sagittarians. It does feel like you're ready to take some sort of big risk. It can be a risk that is very strongly aligned, I repeat, with whatever makes you happy. And last but not least, Neptune goes into Aries 30th of March until the 22nd of October. You're not actually going to feel this, Sagittarians, unless you have planets, angles, important points around 0 to 2 degrees of cardinal signs. So of Aries, Libra, Cancer, and Capricorn. But essentially over the next few years, and you are getting a bit of a preview from the 30th of March until October, it does look like you are going to be experiencing a process of letting go of what you thought made you happy, and letting go of kind of like old passions, old hobbies, and bringing in new ideals in this sector. My dear Capricorns, Capricorn suns and Capricorn risings. Oh my God, what a month. So my lovely Capricorns, the month kicks off with a Venus retrograde. Venus is going to go retrograde on the 1st of March, and it's going to be retrograde until the 13th of April. Venus also rules your 5th house of enjoyment and your 10th house of career. Guess what? We also have a Mercury retrograde this month, mid-March until the first week of April. So I'm just going to put it out there. If I were in your shoes, I'm giving you a heads up. That doesn't mean that there won't be good things happening this month, but I am giving you a heads up around the delays, the postponements, the possible cancellations, the possible kind of like back and forth, the convoluted paths that you might encounter in the following life sectors: your home life, your career sector, your romantic life, and anything concerning travel, long distance kind of like engagements, and legal matters. So if I were in your shoes, I would not necessarily expect things to move from A to B in a linear fashion in these directions, in these particular sectors. And I know these are a lot of sectors. I am fully aware of that. And alas, this is the nature of the retrogrades. So things get a little bit wobbly. Things don't function as usual, as normal as they would on a regular basis. And that's why I say arm yourselves with patience. It is a very, very good time actually to revisit the following: relationships with family members, relationships with children, relationships with romantic partners. To be also very aware of possible miscommunications or misunderstandings, or things getting lost in translation, or things kind of like taking longer than usual, or kind of like issues involving communications, transport, and commerce when it comes to your work. Maybe also when it comes to dealing with health-related matters, but also when it comes to dealing with travel matters and legal matters. So I've given you a massive heads up. Things are going to start moving forward in a linear fashion, very likely from mid-April onwards. I'm just gonna put it out there. A lot of tying of loose ends in March, a lot of dealing with the past in March, of dealing with past issues. So Venus retrograde from the beginning of March until the 27th in Aries, in your 4th house, is saying, yes, relationships with certain family members might experience some bumps, some hiccups, maybe old conflicts come back to the surface. That doesn't mean that you can't overcome them, but it is a good idea to sit down and to make sure that you're on the same page. It might also feel like maybe there's less time to focus on fun, enjoyment, and entertainment because you've got stuff to do at home, and you've got maybe someone that needs you at home that kind of like needs your support. Venus goes back into Pisces on the 27th of March, and it's going to be there for the rest of the retrograde. I do believe that if you have been experiencing troubles in interactions with family members, or with people that you work with, or with, these people in particular, Venus going back into Pisces in its sign of exaltation, even though Venus is still retrograde until pretty much mid-April, is going to help. So it might be a lot easier for you to find middle ground, to find some sort of like overlap between your values, your expectations, and the other person's expectations. And you can get along a lot easier. Mercury retrograde. So Mercury is going to be retrograde also in your 4th house of home, second half of March. So from the 15th until the 30th of March, and then for the rest of the retrograde, it's going to be retrograde in the 3rd house of communication and short distance traveling. But essentially, you might need to fix some things around the house, second half of March. You might need to have some old kind of maybe a little bit charged conversations with people that you live with or with family members about things that need to be repaired, about things that need to be fixed, or about health matters. For example, you might need to, convince once again your father to go for their doctor's appointment, let's say. So those are a few of the things that we can expect. If you're doing anything around the house, repairs, renovations, anything like that, I'm just going to say it, Capricorns, March is the month when you can experience a lot of back and forth. You might experience quite a few delays. You might even have to redo some things, or you might realize, okay, we are, like changing the electricals around the house, or like fixing things. And as maybe you have people working on these issues, they come to you and they say, oh, we found another problem. So there could be kind of like additional problems that need to be dealt with. So we've talked about the retrogrades. 2nd of March, I'm going to go a little bit back in time, and obviously we're going to go through the most important dates. 2nd of March, Mercury conjuncts Neptune in the 3rd house. This is also happening on the 30th of March. So 2nd of March and 30th of March, Mercury coming together with Neptune is a fabulous transit, a fabulous conjunction when it comes to communicating in an artistic, imaginative, poetic manner. So this is fabulous if you're writing music. It's fabulous if you're designing something, or if you're communicating via photography, let's say. It is not the best aspect at all when it comes to communicating about facts, data, stats, numbers. You might be confused. You might be vague in your, I don't know, language. The people that you're talking to might be very confused. They might get the wrong idea. Lack of clarity in communication is an issue, both on the 2nd of March as well as on the 30th of March, to an extent, maybe also days before, like one day before and one day after these dates. If you are on the road, both on the 2nd of March as well as on the 30th of March, and in particular on the 30th of March, I would maybe expect something to happen that makes you feel a little bit powerless, and you're like, oh God, I need to change my plans. I'm going to be late for work because, I don't know, maybe there's a flood on the road or something like that. 3rd of March, Mercury goes into Aries, and as I've mentioned, Mercury is going to go retrograde in this part of the chart. I want to say, however, that from the 3rd of March until the 15th, if you are repairing anything around the house, it is actually a good idea to power ahead whilst Mercury is retrograde. Whilst Mercury is still not yet a retrograde. I know Venus is there, but Venus is more concerned with the aesthetics. Mercury is about kind of like the functionality. 8th of March, I really like this day. Sun trine Mars, a very fruitful conversation, a very fruitful interaction, very kind of like dynamic and very energizing interaction with someone who you see as a very kind of like good collaborator, as a very good partner. There's a possibility that you might also find a way to work with someone who you considered an adversary up until this point. It feels like a crisis in a relationship is being overcome. I would really strongly tune into my intuition if I were in your shoes, Capricorns, when it comes to communicating with someone who does feel a little bit kind of like touchy or extra sensitive, or maybe even when it comes to communicating with your partner, your significant other, because your intuition is going to take you a very long way. 11th of March, Mercury conjunct Venus in your 4th house of home. You might hear from like a family member that you haven't talked to in a long time, or you might have some sort of creative idea on how to handle maybe an issue at home, both literally but also metaphorically speaking. 12th of March, Sun conjunct Saturn. I mean, I feel like you need to do some like really heavy lifting when it comes to interacting with someone that is not aligned with you from a values perspective, and you have to be very tolerant and forgiving and just potentially hold back in terms of what you have to say. It does seem to be for a greater goal, but that doesn't mean that you're not biting your tongue a little bit. 13th, 14th of March, but also active week before, week after, we've got a full moon lunar eclipse in Virgo, activating the 9th house, 3rd house axis, which I see as the axis of travel and education. Interestingly, so this lunar eclipse seems to bring some sort of a culminating point, maybe a closure, maybe an ending, when it comes to matters concerning your education. So maybe some of you are graduating, maybe some of you are wrapping up your master's, your PhD or something like that. There's also a possibility that you might have to travel in order to deal with some sort of family-related matter that involves a legal element. There is a possibility that if a family member was waiting on some sort of a response when it comes to legal matters, they are probably going to get it. When I say family members, I'm looking especially at parents, but I'm also looking at in-laws. Speaking of in-laws, there is a chance that maybe an in-law might be potentially going through a bit of a challenge from a health perspective. Once again, that doesn't mean that it cannot be overcome, but there does seem to be this sort of like possibility at this time. You could be wrapping up maybe the process of planning a big trip together with family members. I feel like this is also a time when you have an aha moment, and you might be ready to release an old set of beliefs that is no longer serving you. Maybe something that you have, let's say, inherited from the family, from the past, but maybe also you could be ready to release an old life philosophy or a set of beliefs when it comes to home life, family life, living situation, and what makes you happy in your private life. 19th of March, Sun conjunct Neptune, a day of tremendous inspiration. I will say creative ideas might flow to you very, very easily. However, once again, not necessarily maybe the day to talk money, to talk shop, to talk business. If you do have to speak about business matters on the 19th of March, I would tune into my intuition. I would also keep in mind that things could be a little bit vague and just like surface level. And if anyone is trying to fool you, which they might, you're probably going to be able to pick it up quite easily. 20th of March, the sun goes into Aries in your 4th house. So for the next month, your home and family sector is going to be very, very strongly illuminated. I mean, for most of March, actually, it feels like your personal life and your home life and your living situation is very, very strongly illuminated. So that's where a lot of the focus goes. 22nd of March, 23rd of March, and 24th of March, 3 of my favorite days in March. 22nd, 23rd, Sun conjunct Venus. We have a Venus cazimi, so this can be a time of tremendous success and clarity when it comes to overcoming a crisis within the relationship with a family member. This also feels like a moment of success when it comes to achieving something connected with home, property, and living situation. Possibly together with someone else, maybe with your significant other, maybe with a parent. You also seem to be brimming with kind of like artistic and maybe design related inspiration when it comes to home related matters. A very successful maybe contract could be coming to fruition when it comes to property matters, but also maybe when it comes to receiving the green light if you have applied for a mortgage, for instance. 24th of March, Sun conjunct Mercury. This is actually one of the best days to sign any sort of like papers, documents, especially concerning property, home life, family life, living situation. If you're looking for a home, you might find the perfect home. If you're looking to sell your home, you might find the perfect buyer. Very fruitful conversations also around money, around any sort of like work that needs to get done with family members, or fruitful kind of like conversations around property on the 24th of March. 29th of March, if you thought we were done with the eclipses, we are not done with the eclipses. We have one last eclipse this spring, new and solar eclipse in Aries in your 4th house of home, ruled by Mars and Cancer in your 7th house. So this is a major fresh start for you Capricorns when it comes to your living situation. So some of you could be moving into a new home. Some of you could be welcoming a new family member at home. Some of you could be maybe buying a home together with your significant other. Maybe you're moving in with your significant other. Maybe you are presenting your significant other to the family. If you were looking to sign some sort of deal or contract concerning property or home life, it does feel like you are finally there. So it's happening. If you've been experiencing a lot of maybe challenges or opposition when it comes to achieving a fresh start within your home life and family life, you're over them, which I really, really, really like. If you need someone to back you up, if you need someone to kind of like to fight in your corner when it comes to a home matter or a family matter or a property related matter, it feels like this person who's on your side, maybe it's an advisor, a consultant, I don't know, maybe even a lawyer. It feels like this person is scoring a big win around the time of this eclipse. Of course, it's active also week before and week after. Last but not least, 30th of March, Mercury conjuncts Neptune, but also Neptune enters Aries. This is going to be a very long transit, so you actually don't need to think about it too much or worry about it too much unless you have planets or angles around 0 to 2 degrees of Capricorn, Cancer, Aries, Libra. Essentially, you're getting a bit of a taster of what it is that you need to leave behind when it comes to your home life and family life and living situation, and it feels like new dreams, new aspirations, new ideals are entering your life when it comes to this particular sector. And that is Capricorn. My dear Aquarius, Aquarius suns and Aquarius risings, March of 2025. Okay, it's going to be a month. It is going to be a month. So Aquarians, let me kick it all off with the retrogrades this month. Venus is going to be retrograde from the beginning of March all the way until the 13th of April. Initially, from the 1st of March until the 27th, it's going to be retrograde in your third house. So there is a possibility that you might have to revisit relationships with colleagues, siblings, neighbors maybe, and there is a possibility that you might have to deal with matters connected with your car. Maybe there are matters of an aesthetic nature. Maybe you want to fix that scratch on your car. Saying that, Mercury is also going to be retrograde in the same part of your chart, 15th of March until the 30th of March. I mean, the retrograde actually ends in April, on the 7th of April, but it feels like there could be a lot of like things going on connected with transportation in March. So I'm just going to be that person that says maybe this is not necessarily the month to buy a new car, but it is a good time to fix the car, to maybe look at anything of an aesthetic nature that maybe needs a little bit of an upgrade. There is a possibility that you might have to fix something that you've already fixed in the past, especially in the second half of the month. But going back to Venus. So Venus retrograde might throw a little bit of a spanner when it comes to in the works, when it comes to negotiations, any sort of like talks that you're having, especially talks associated with commerce, transportation, maybe the local neighborhood, maybe even legal matters, but also maybe talks associated with your house, with property, with land, with real estate. If you're looking to sell anything, I would essentially expect delays in March. I would not necessarily expect things to move at a super quick pace. I would expect negotiations to go back and forth. I would maybe expect the possibility of someone saying, yes, I'm going to buy this, I don't know, like piece of furniture from you if you're selling a piece of furniture, and then they might pull out of the deal. So I would also be potentially prepared for that. You might need to kind of like put some more work into achieving that deal that you're looking for. If you're looking to buy anything, there is a possibility that you might go back and forth between options, or initially you could be super invested in one option, and then once the retrogrades are over in April, so I am looking at pretty much from the 13th of April onwards, if you're looking to buy anything, you might change your mind after the retrograde after both retrogrades, Venus and Mercury are done in April. So I would potentially not necessarily be too quick in making any purchases in March. Now, obviously, you have free will, you can do whatever you please, but if you are buying anything, I would keep the receipts, and I would make sure that I know what the return policy is, so that in case you change your mind, you can still return things in April. Just a bit of a heads up. And if you are making any purchases associated with home, property, land, real estate, family, travel matters, maybe if you're making any purchases in March, if you're making also any purchases for your kids, for the kids, especially in the second half of March, I would not rush. I repeat, I would not make impulse purchases, because once the retrogrades of Venus and Mercury are over in April, you might say, actually, the kids don't need this, or I don't like these things that I've bought anymore. Now, Venus retrograde is going to go back in Pisces from the 27th of March, and it's going to stay there for the rest of the retrograde. So there is a possibility, I am liking actually this very much, there is a possibility that you might be able to make money in collaboration with someone who you have worked with in the past. If you are looking to score like some sort of a deal, I will say that Venus likes being in Pisces, so I see you much more likely being able to do this from the 27th of March until the 13th of April. And I would also potentially maybe reach back out to people who you've worked with, be them clients, be them, I don't know, like business partners, 27th of March until the 13th of April, because there is a chance that you might be very happy with the outcome, especially from a financial perspective. Mercury, I have mentioned the Mercury retrograde already. mid-March until the 7th of April, but essentially from the 15th of March until the 30th, Mercury is going to be retrograde in your third house. So delays on the road, maybe something a little bit off with a car, maybe something needs to be fixed or repaired. There could be, I don't know, like plane or like train cancellations throughout this period. So I would keep the schedule a little bit flexible. I'm not a massive fan of the 30th of March, especially when Mercury conjuncts Neptune. Probably some sort of major disappointment concerning maybe transportation, I wanna say. Mercury also rules your 8th house. So there, and the 5th house. There is a possibility that there could be maybe some heated debates, possibly, or some like, yeah, just kind of like heated conversations between you and kids, or between you and a romantic partner, if you have a romantic partner, or if you have kids, or between you and maybe a sibling or a neighbor. The heated conversations could be around money. I do want to put it out there. Now I'm going to go back in time. We've talked about the retrogrades, which are absolutely very, very, very important. Let's go into let us go into the most important dates in March, apart from obviously these big periods. 2nd of March, Mercury conjunct Neptune. I would be careful not to spend money on something that proves to be a scam. I would also be very careful when it comes to maybe someone trying to steal money off of you, or maybe to lie to you about a matter connected with money, saying that this could be a very good day to donate some money to charity, or to help someone in a very selfless way with money or resources or time. I mean, time is probably the most important resource that we have. 8th of March, Sun trines Mars. A very successful day, maybe also the day before and the day after, when it comes to reaching your goals in the workspace, but also when it comes to reaching your goals health-wise. If you are directing some of your money and energy towards your health, or better yet, towards your mental health, I do believe you're probably going to be very happy with the outcomes. I feel like you can also trust your intuition and trust your kind of sixth sense when it comes to moving forward with a work-related matter or with a health-related matter that maybe has been quite challenging in the past, but now it feels like you've got a way to kind of like move forward. You're very motivated, you're very driven by strong feelings, both in the workspace as well as when it comes to your health. 11th of March, Mercury conjuncts Venus. I feel like you can have a very productive, finally, conversation with someone who maybe you've had a hard time getting on the same page with since the beginning of the month. So now you're like, okay, we're speaking the same language. It's happening. Let's do it. 12th of March, Sun conjunct Saturn. You do seem to be quite aware of the burdens, but also of the responsibilities, and maybe also of the restrictions that you are dealing with from a financial perspective. Now, you could also be making some sort of a financial commitment around this time. 13th, 14th of March. Full moon lunar eclipse. Activating your financial axis. A lot going on when it comes to finances this month, Aquarius. This eclipse is ruled by Mercury in your third house. It feels like you are wrapping up an important chapter in your life associated with taxes, debts, maybe investments, maybe other people's money, maybe shared assets or shared resources. You could be paying off a debt. You could be wrapping up a chapter of maybe supporting someone financially. You could be wrapping up a chapter as you know it when it comes to merging resources with someone. So it could be with your significant other, or it could be with maybe a business partner. I feel like it's important to put all the cards on the table, essentially, at this time, because it is a crossroads kind of moment. You may be able to move forward with a clean slate, but only if you call things out by their name, only if you speak from a place of honesty and even bluntness, I want to say. There's also a possibility that you could be feeling free and liberated, which is great if you ask me. You could be feeling free and liberated of something that has caused a great deal of anxiety and something that you've worked really hard to overcome. Maybe it's something that has potentially even caused a trauma in the past, and now it's like, okay, I'm over it. I found the courage. I found the way to kind of like move forward from this. 19th of March, Sun conjunct Neptune in the second house. I feel like you are very, very kind of like in touch with your own resources, especially in the spiritual, mystical space, but also in the artistic and in the imaginative space. And you could also be feeling very seen and very appreciated for these. The sun goes into Aries, 20th of March for the next month. There's going to be a lot of focus on conversations, networking, maybe buying, selling, short distance traveling, maybe also education. 22nd, 23rd, and 24th of March. 3 of my favorite days in March. 22nd, 23rd, Sun conjuncts Venus, a very productive conversation around education, around traveling, around maybe philosophy, politics, religion, spirituality. Also a very fruitful period when it comes to sales and purchases and signing contracts. I mean, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th are all very good days to make purchases, to make sales, to sign contracts. And I know we're in the midst of the retrogrades, but we have a Mercury cazimi and a Venus cazimi. Mercury on the 24th, Venus on the 22nd, 23rd. And these days are the exception to what I've said previously about just kind of like being careful around what you buy, what you sell, and things like that. You could also feel very confident and comfortable in expressing your values and what makes you happy, and speaking about your philosophy on the 22nd and on the 23rd, your life philosophy. And also you could feel very happy and generally very fulfilled when it comes to how you have communicated about your passions, your hobbies, your creative projects on the 24th of March. 23rd, 22nd, 24th, very, very good days for brainstorms, for presentations, for ideas being put forward. 22nd, 23rd, also for creative ideas in particular. 29th of March, new moon solar eclipse in Aries in your third house, ruled by Mars in Cancer in your sixth house, trining Saturn. I feel like this is a new chapter kicking off for you. It's going to be active, the eclipse, also week before, week after. A new chapter, maybe when it comes to either learning something new or teaching something. It does seem to be a fresh start when it comes to maybe learning a new skill that you're going to use on a day-to-day basis at work. Or you might be playing the role of the teacher when it comes to teaching others a skill on a day-to-day basis at work. You could be starting a new process that involves commuting to kind of like a different location work-wise. Maybe you're going to start kind of like traveling more for work, or maybe you're going to work with people who are based in a different location. If that is the case, then I do believe that this is going to pay off very beautifully from a financial perspective. If you are looking to invest some money into your education or transportation or into kind of like upgrading your day-to-day routines, I do believe that this is going to be money very well spent. I feel like this new moon solar eclipse can also reset the relationship maybe with a work colleague, a health practitioner, a client, a sibling, or a neighbor. And it feels like you're much more on the same page. 30th of March, Neptune also goes into Aries. You're not going to feel this initially, Aquarius, unless you have planets or angles around 0 to 2 degrees of cardinal signs. Aries, Libra, Cancer, Capricorn. But essentially, this transit from the 30th of March until the 22nd of October is giving you a bit of a preview of what you're probably going to learn over the next few years. Something that gives you a nudge to tap more into your imagination, to maybe communicate in a more imaginative manner, or to use imagination in a different way when it comes to communicating and expressing yourselves on a day-to-day basis, Aquarians. And that is March for you. My dear Pisces, Pisces suns and Pisces risings, March of 2025, what does it have in store for you, Pisces? Well, I will be very straightforward, Pisces. March is a month of tying up loose ends, But it can also be a month where we experience delays. That's not necessarily a bad thing. It means that we have to address some issues that are outstanding before we move forward with our lives. So, where are we likely to experience delays? Where are you likely to experience delays? Essentially, the month kicks off with a Venus retrograde. 1st of March, Venus is going to be retrograde until the 13th of April. Initially, from the 1st of March until the 27th, it's going to be retrograde in Aries in your second house. So you might experience delays when it comes to money, payments, getting paid. Potentially, it feels like you might have to allocate a significant portion of your money, maybe to outstanding, maybe like debts or taxes or kind of like credit card debt. There is also a possibility that you might need to revisit existing financial partnerships. So if you have a business partner, you might need to sit down with them once again and say, okay, are we happy with the existing arrangement or agreement? Maybe you want to be paid more. Maybe they want to be paid more. Venus is also the ruler of your 8th house of investments. So things could maybe kind of slow down a little bit when it comes to you getting a kind of like solid, stable, consistent return on investment. By the way, this is not financial advice. So please keep that in mind. You are completely responsible for what you do with your finances. Reevaluating what is generally important to you in relationships is kind of like a big theme of this Venus retrograde. Also reevaluating what you're willing to spend, not just materially, but also metaphorically speaking, on certain relationships in your life is probably going to kind of like be a hot topic this month. I would maybe just be aware of the fact that both Venus and Mercury this month are going to be retrograde. Mercury in the second half of the month in your house of income. So if you're making any sort of like big purchases, if you have any sort of like big expenses, I would just be aware of the fact that things could maybe change once the retrogrades are over. So sometime mid-April, end of April. So obviously the retrogrades are going to end in April, but we still have the post-retrograde shadow period. So second half of April and even like May, you might revisit some purchases. So it would not be maybe a bad idea to like hold on to, I don't know, like receipts or things of that nature, and to be aware of like returns policy and such. The Venus retrograde is also going to go back into your first house from the 27th of March all the way until the 13th of April, until the retrograde ends. This is a good time to return to looking after yourselves, Pisces. So if you've been neglecting yourselves, if you've been neglecting your physical body, your health, if you've been neglecting giving yourselves self-love and self-appreciation, the Venus retrograde is a perfect time to do that. Now, I am going to say it, obviously, with Venus being retrograde, I would generally be mindful until the 13th of April of making any sort of like massive, dramatic, drastic changes to your looks. I mean, if you've kind of like tried out something, if it's tried and tested, then that's not a bad idea. You might actually be, especially end of March, beginning of April, you might be very tempted to go back to an old look. So if you were, I don't know, like blonde in the past, you might want to return to that hair color. So that is very much a possibility. Now, I have mentioned Mercury. Mercury is also going to be retrograde, initially in your house of income, mid-March until the 30th of March, and then in your first house, 30th of March until the 7th of April. So second half of the month, I would be aware of the potential for like miscommunications, misunderstandings, things getting lost in translation when it comes to money, maybe also when it comes to expenses connected with the home, expenses connected with property, land, living situation. You could also have potentially some arguments because Mercury is in Aries, and sometimes Mercury says the wrong thing in Aries. Especially retrograde. I mean, maybe it's not the wrong thing. Maybe it's just like delivered too bluntly, okay? There could be some arguments around money with your significant other. Second half of the month. If you don't have a significant other, there could be potential conflicts around money with maybe an advisor, a consultant, or even a partner of some sorts. Mercury is the ruler of your house of relationships also. So, of course, with Mercury being retrograde, I would not necessarily maybe expect negotiations around a business partnership to move full speed ahead until the retrograde is over in April. I'd say. And maybe it's a good time to like sit down and revisit numbers, revisit the finances, revisit what everyone brings to the table. So those are the retrogrades. Now let me go back a little bit in time and take you through the most important dates of March. 2nd of March, Mercury conjuncts Neptune in your first house. This also happens on the 30th of March. I mean, both of these days, 2nd of March and 30th of March, are really good days to maybe tune into some sort of a, let's call it a realm, let's call it an experience that goes beyond the mundane, that goes beyond the 3D reality. So, for example, meditation, prayer, maybe even, I don't know, like listening to music and just kind of like daydreaming and forgetting about time, essentially. These are two very good days to get inspiration from these kinds of activities and experiences. You might also feel like your brain is a little bit foggy on both of these days, 2nd of March and 30th of March, maybe also day before and day after. Maybe it feels a little bit hard to find your words. You might be better suited to express yourselves maybe via music or poetry, or maybe you just want to cry it out. Maybe you just want to complain to someone, and that's okay. There is a possibility that there's probably going to be someone out there to listen to you. I would, however, be mindful of the fact that if you are sending across a message, it might come across in a very ambiguous way. So the other person might be confused, whoever it is that you're talking to on the 2nd of March and on the 30th, and that could lead to challenges in the relationship further down the line. So make sure that they do get the correct message. And I would be very careful of potential embellishments of the message that you're trying to send across, because especially around the 30th of March, this might blow up in your face when Mercury is retrograde and the other person realizes that you have embellished potentially the message. 3rd of March, Mercury goes into Aries, and it's going to stay there for the rest of the month until the 30th of March. So a lot of talking and thinking about money. 8th of March, Sun trines Mars. Very good day. Maybe also the day before and day after. Good day for what? Good day to have fun. That involves maybe physical activity, maybe to go for a swim, to go for a run, maybe also fun that involves expressing yourselves creatively in some shape or form, Pisces. So if you have fun by, I don't know, going to karaoke, this is a great day to do so. 8th of March, maybe also day before and day after. A great day to spend money on fun, enjoyment, and entertainment, but also on your kids. And it is a very good day, the 8th of March, maybe also the day before, for a date in general. I mean, it doesn't matter if you are already in a relationship or not. If you are in a relationship, why not take the initiative and wow your significant other? It is probably going to feel very hot and emotionally fulfilling if you do go out on a date. 11th of March, Mercury conjuncts Venus. I feel like this could be actually a very good day to talk money and to get on the same kind of like page with someone who maybe you've had a hard time to get on the same page with from the beginning of the month. 12th of March, Sun conjunct Saturn. You are very aware, Pisces, of your duties, of your responsibilities, of the hard work that you need to do, both in the professional sphere, but also when it comes to taking care of your body. It feels like this is actually a very important time when you're aware of what you need to take super seriously when it comes to your physical health, especially if you've been neglecting anything, if you've been maybe not disciplined enough or not consistent enough with certain health-related habits, routines, or actions. Now, 13th, 14th of March, probably one of the most important times of the month, full moon lunar eclipse. Activating your relationship axis, your first house, 7th house axis. It is a turning point relationship-wise, Pisces. Now, when I say the word relationship, for whatever reason, people get very triggered. Sorry. I probably shouldn't laugh. Some people get very triggered. I'm being sarcastic, just as an FYI. Because people say, oh, why does it have to be all about relationships? Why does it have to be all about relationships? Well, a lot of what we go through in life has to do with relationships, not just romantic. Essentially, this full moon does emphasize a turning point within a relationship, but especially a relationship that has some sort of a financial element to it. So it can very well be a business relationship, a business partnership, or a collaboration. There is a possibility that it might no longer move forward as is. Now, that doesn't mean that it's going to be totally, fully, completely broken. Maybe there is still kind of like a way to function, but it feels like you are very, very adamant, Pisces, about your values within this relationship being adhered to. And if this relationship has any sort of like future, you're probably going to have to revisit the financial implications. It does feel like maybe if an existing relationship was no longer functioning in terms of value system alignment, it is probably going to fall apart around this time. Now, some people might break up indeed romantically around this time, but it's probably something that's been building up over time. So this transit is this astrological event is not sufficient in and of itself to break people up. We are called to release things at the time of the lunar eclipse. Something is exiting our life. Maybe there is a possibility that our partner, if you are with someone, is experiencing a shift, is experiencing a change in their life. And that seems to have financial implications for you as a couple. So that is very much also a possibility. There's also a possibility that an existing stage within the relationship that you're in is coming to a close. So let's say you have decided, okay, we're going to get married. I mean, lunar, like eclipses in general, lunar and solar, they actually pinpoint towards big new beginnings and endings. A lunar eclipse is generally an ending of some sorts, but every ending is a new beginning, right? I mean, let's get very philosophical here, right? So there is a chance that a relationship could move to the next level, which means that the existing dynamic is probably coming to a close. You might also let go of someone who you've been working with, Pisces. Maybe it's your financial advisor, maybe it's your accountant, maybe it's your therapist. You do seem to have given it a long, drawn out thought to this. So if you're done, you're done. And that's it. 19th of March, Sun conjunct Neptune in your first house. I mean, you're incredibly inspired. You have a dream, you have a vision for the future, and you do seem to feel very confident in this vision. You also seem to have a big vision for your health and for your work, I'd say. Sun enters Aries 20th of March. So for the next month, it illuminates your financial sector and also your values and resources and sense of self-worth and self-esteem. And definitely your sense of self-worth and self-esteem is getting a boost for the next month. And there is a chance that your finances might get a boost also. 22nd, 23rd, and 24th of March, probably my favorite days in March. We've got a Venus Cazimi 22nd, 23rd, and a Mercury Cazimi 24th. So 22nd, 23rd, very, very good days to reach some sort of an agreement that has a financial side to it, to sign a big client. Now, I know that this is a weekend, but sometimes big conversations are happening also over the weekend. This is also a very, very good couple of kind of like period, like a very good couple of days to decide what is really valuable and important to you and what you're willing to spend your money on. Pisces, you might decide to start spending more money on your education, maybe to make a big investment. Maybe there's a sense of kind of like financial success, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. Some really good days financially, I want to say, but also in terms of working with others in a very fruitful manner financially. And you do seem to be getting, I repeat, also a major, major boost from someone else. I mean, it's almost like a confirmation. 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. Through interactions with others, you could be getting a major confirmation that you are very good at something, that you're very good at what you do, that you've got what it takes, and it's kind of like your time to shine. 24th, also a fantastic day out of the whole Mercury retrograde to make purchases, to sign contracts, potentially to have important business conversations, also to maybe make a big expense connected with home property, land, real estate. 29th of March. New moon solar eclipse in Aries in your second house, ruled by Mars in your fifth house. Okay, so I like this. I like this eclipse. 29th of March, active week before, week after. A big new beginning, a fresh start when it comes to your sources of income. So some of you could be welcoming a new source of income in your life. Some of you could be starting fresh when it comes to the budget moving forward. Your approach to money moving forward. It feels like you are very courageous and bold, and you are ready to take daring action when it comes to your finances. I mean, you could potentially say yes to a big opportunity around this time, and maybe it does feel very bold of you. Maybe it does feel like, wow, like I never thought I had the courage to do this, but alas, it's looking very, very good. There's also a possibility that you could make a new financial commitment when it comes to children. So maybe you decide to start spending significantly more money on maybe an activity concerning children. Maybe you are setting new goals financially because of children in coming up in your life or showing up in your life. You might also decide to channel more money or to take kind of like courageous action when it comes to utilizing your resources towards the activities that actually make you happy, maybe towards your goals, towards your hobbies, that genuinely make you kind of like excited to be alive, let's say. Your sense of self-worth is also getting a reset. You seem to be much more appreciative of who you are, Pisces, around this time. And as a result, that's kind of like giving you a boost of courage. And last but not least, 30th of March until the 22nd of October, Neptune goes into Aries. You're not going to feel this, Pisces, unless you have planets or angles around 0 to 2 degrees of Aries, Libra, Cancer, and Capricorn. So you're not going to feel this initially, immediately, but I would be aware of the fact that from the 30th of March until the 22nd of October, you're getting a bit of a preview of what the next years will look like for you from a financial perspective. New ideals are coming into your life financially. You might be releasing and letting go of some existing sources of income, but that is making room for kind of like new aspirations, new dreams, new goals, and maybe for a new way to tap into your kind of like, I wanted to call them your impractical resources, because we've got like practical, very kind of like pragmatic, like concrete, tangible resources, such as, I don't know, I know how to use Excel and work in like spreadsheets, but it may feel like you're getting a preview this year of how you can use more your artistic maybe abilities, your creative abilities, maybe your imagination, how you can monetize it more. That is Pisces. Now, folks, I really want to thank you once again for tuning in to your monthly horoscope. Please let us know in the comments how March unfolds for you. Remember, it's a very important month of the year. It's a time of new beginnings, of endings, but also of tying up loose ends. If you want to work with me, this is just a reminder that you can find me on my website, which is writteninthestars-astrology.com, writteninthestars-astrology.com. And generally the waiting time is, after you make the booking, a month to a month and a half for us to have a one-to-one personal video consultation together. There's also an emergency reading option, obviously on my website, if that is something that you want to take advantage of in case you are dealing with something urgent in your life and you believe that you would benefit from the astrological insight. I also use tarot in my emergency readings. If you're active on Instagram, my Instagram handle is @RuxUnbelievable, in one word, RuxUnbelievable. And if you want to show your appreciation for my content, don't forget to give a thumbs up, a subscribe, a comment, a share. You can also make a donation using the thanks button underneath the video. Thank you once again for tuning in, and I will see you next time. Bye.